Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Real Estate Talk this morning. Before we start anything, I would like to ask Mr. Nkondo to open with a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you, Father, for the safe travel to this place for everybody. We pray for your presence, wisdom, guidance in our undertakings today. We believe you will be with us throughout. In Jesus' name we worship you. Amen.
Amen. Can we give a round of applause for that wonderful prayer? Thank you. So before we go any further, I would just like to ask so that we can fill in the gaps. Let us make sure that the chairs that are in front can be filled in. I can see a gap there. I can see another gap there. Those of you at the back, we can fill in. This is not a conference. This is a workshop where we're all going to get to interact. Thank you. I think there's one more seat. Let's make sure we fill up the spaces. Thank you. This morning's theme is elevating real estate standards with the national addressing systems. So before we go any further, we'll have a session where we'll have to introduce ourselves so that we are going to spend the whole day together, almost the whole day together. So we should get to know each other and also, just introducing ourselves. So we'll start from there. There are mics there. We can switch on the mics so that we can be audible enough. Sir, you introduce yourself from my left.
My name is David Nkondo, Chief Fiscal Planning Officer from Mangochi District Council.
After each one of us has introduced themselves, let us remember to put a warm... Yes, thank you, thank you.
My name is Chikondi Dyson, a third-year student at the University of Malawi, studying Bachelor of Arts, Communication and Cultural Studies.
My name is Brenda Madinda, student at the University of Malawi, second year student studying Bachelor of Arts in Humanity.
My name is Prince Time Matope Aaron. I am a member of UNIMA Youth Mappers chapter.
Good morning. My name is Limbani Sekani, and I'm from Makra. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Dimobre Marunga Nsesa from Zomba DC Council Valuation Officer. Thank you.
My name is Peterson Hasten from University of Malawi. I'm doing Bachelor of Arts Humanities.
My name is Prince Valeda, a second-year student doing Bachelor of Arts Humanities.
My name is Mariam Haji, one of the members of Youth Mappers from University of Malawi.
My name is Sylvester Gondwe, studying Bachelor of Arts Humanities from UNIM.
Hello everyone, I am Zite Hiwa and I'm part of the Real Estate Talk team.
My name is Chikondi Mpamba from Mubas.
My name is Paxson Intambala from University of Malawi. I'm in third year. I'm doing Bachelor of Science in Geography and I'm a youth mapper.
My name is Magrin Nyasur. My name is Magrin Nyasur, UNIMA Youth Mapper President.
Good morning. My name is Kondwan Kachika and I'm from Makra.
Good morning. I'm Blessing Shepa. I'm a regional and urban planner.
Good morning. My name is Sam Tunde and I am a real estate practitioner, an estate agent, and a valuation practitioner. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Prince Machika, Real Estate Talk Managing Partner, Real Estate Practitioner.
And at the back?
My name is Bennett Namasha from Makra.
My name is Pastor Gadumbu from Wenima, studying Bachelor of Arts in Sociology.
My name is Trevor Dambe, Balaga District Council Assess Management Officer.
Good morning. My name is Limban Manda, Majinga District Council. I'm a physical planning officer.
And I am Salome Shitakunye, moderating you this morning. Just a humble request, let us make sure that as we are speaking on the mic, let us raise up our voices so that we can be audible enough. On this juncture, let me ask MACRA representative to offer us with welcome remarks. Let us put our hands together for the MACRA representative, Mr. Kondwani Kachika, Director of Postal and E-Commerce Development in MACRA.
Good morning, all. I'm glad to be here in Zomba, the old capital of Malawi. This is where everything started here in Malawi, isn't it? So it's good to be back. We can't leave Zomba behind. If we are to move forward, we have to remember where we are coming from. So I'm excited to be here with the team from MACRA and our partners, Real Estate Talk. We are here for an important engagement with you guys. We are here to talk about locations, properties, maps, valuations, and of course, an important denominator among all those is the address. So we need to understand what an address is. You know, the English language can be funny. An address can mean different things, isn't it? We all have email addresses. We have all received mails through the post. So it can mean a number of things. But specifically here today, we are here to talk about physical addresses, which is what links properties, locations. Our colleagues from the geography department, you would appreciate that all these need to be linked together. And that is why MACRA has seen it important that as we are progressing in the initiative of developing the national addressing system, we engage with you in this forum so that you are aware of what's happening, and then you can start planning in terms of how you can incorporate it in your various activities. So in essence, we have always used addresses in various forms. Traditionally, we give addresses by descriptive means, whereby you give a map referencing to some structure or some objects. That's a traditional way of doing it. But as a nation, we now need to start embracing developments that can propel us forward. Internationally, now addresses are standardized. You no longer have to rely on descriptive maps to give directions of properties and indeed locations. Addresses have to be standardized using standard formats, which my colleagues will come on this platform to talk about. You have to use postcodes, street names, and property names. Being in Zomba, I think historically, addresses, this formal way of addressing locations is not new at all, because this is where the colonial masters started their operations in Malawi. So they brought in their models from Europe, from UK, to give addresses to locations. They were giving street names and property names, numbers. It all started here in Zomba, here in Malawi. But when the colonial masters left in 1964 onwards, we started leaving the address formats that they had left. We started disusing them. But over time, the whole world, and including Malawi, have come to a point where we now realize that we can't proceed with the status quo. We can't continue using the descriptive maps to achieve the objectives that we need to achieve as a nation. There are various areas which are lagging behind because our way of addressing is not in line with what we want to achieve. So there's a new wave of consciousness where the importance of addresses is being recognized, not only in Malawi, not only in Africa, but across the globe. Addresses serve as an important basic facilitator for communication, where people, public service and institutions and businesses have to communicate. Without addresses, it's difficult to reach individuals. It's difficult for government, councils to provide public services and for business to operate effectively. So the implementation, the work of implementing national addresses is very important because it will improve the offering of public services such as sanitation, water supply, and any other utility that is being provided by an institution. It will be better delivered if we have got formal addresses. Beyond that, we also know that an address plays an important role in terms of providing an identity to a person. Somebody who doesn't have an address, it's very difficult for the authorities to allocate them a legal identity. You know that when you go to the NRB, for instance, for you to be given the national identity, they need to know where you are staying. Currently, it's all haphazard. You have to rely on the letter from Amfumu. It's not reliable. So the lack of proper addressing system also affects our ability to identify each other properly. So as a nation, we realize this, and that's why MACRA has taken the initiative to propel the work of allocating addresses across the nation. So in Malawi and in Africa, indeed, there are unique challenges that we are meeting because of how we are settling. Half of the world's population currently lives in towns and cities. And the rate of urbanization is growing. Particularly here in Malawi, Malawi is being regarded as one of the fastest countries where urbanization is moving very fast. Currently, I think you people who are doing urban geography, you could agree with me, it's around 4.1% per annum, the rate of urbanization. By 2030, the expectation is that 30% of Malawi's population will be in urban centers. By 2050, almost half of the population will be living in urban centers. So it's important that as the population continues to move into urban areas, we plan. If we don't plan, it will be a mess. Currently, as we are moving with the national addressing system, my colleagues will touch on that, we have to address each and every property in the country. But there are challenges allocating addresses in informal areas. Do we continue like that? And how best do we allocate addresses in informal areas? But beyond that, how can we plan to make sure that as the population in urban centers increases, we are able to address each other properly in a standard way that will address the challenges that urbanization brings. So I'm very excited to see you all here so that we'll be able to engage. The key aspect that has brought us here is to understand the national addressing system and its link to real estate. What are the links between national addressing and property identification, for instance? What is the link between the national addressing project that we are implementing and property legal documentation and property valuation, urban planning? What is the association between all these? So at the end of the day, as we leave, our expectation is that we will appreciate and start embracing the national addressing in all these areas that I'm mentioning that are to do with real estate. So as I welcome you here, I'd want to thank you so much for your coming. I would want to urge you to participate, listen attentively to our presenters, ask questions, so that at the end of the day, we'll go fully understanding what the national addressing system is and what it can do to improve the real estate sector here in Malawi. And by the end of the day, we'll also go back home appreciating that the national addressing system is here to stay, and it's going to be something that has to be valuable to the country. It has to become a national good, a public good, if I may say. Something very important like the public security, like public infrastructure. The national addressing system, by the end of the day, we will have to come to reach to a point where we appreciate it as something that can be leveraged for the public good. With those few remarks, I would want to encourage you to participate and indeed bring in your feedback so that we as MACRA can incorporate that feedback as we move on with this project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Kachika. I think he has already done all the explaining about why we're here and what is the whole purpose of this workshop. The key thing also, let us make sure that as presenters are coming in front and presenting different things, let us take note and also write down questions, because we'll have a time of questions and answers. At this juncture, let me ask Real Estate Talk Malawi representative, Ms. Zita Hiwa, to also give us her remarks. Thank you. A round of applause as she's coming in front, please.
Good morning again, everyone. On behalf of everyone at Real Estate Malawi, I would like to welcome you again to this Kodianga workshop here in Zomba. To start with, I would like to extend our gratitude to our partners at MACRA. These workshops are becoming a success because of this wonderful partnership that we've had. I will not go into the details of what the national addressing system is, because Mr. Kachika already gave us an overview of that, and we'll get to learn more about it and how it can be used in various sectors as we go on through the course of this workshop. But I just want to talk about how at Real Estate Talk, our mission is to not only just raise awareness, but also to create an environment that empowers individuals with the right knowledge and tools to make informed real estate investment decisions. And we firmly believe that the success of any innovation hinges on understanding its value from the perspective of the people it's meant to serve. So this workshop is focused on more than just the technical aspects of the national addressing system, but we also aim to adopt a human-centered approach in exploring how the national addressing system can re-evolutionize the way we identify properties, assess valuations, plan urban spaces, and deliver essential services. All of these are critical elements that will contribute to us building smarter, more sustainable cities that are aligned with Malawi 2063 vision. By focusing on how the NAS can serve the real needs of communities, we seek to ensure that the technology is not just implemented, but also adopted in a way that truly benefits all stakeholders, especially those that are on the ground. So we want to open up room for new ideas, creative solutions, and meaningful discussions that bring together all these perspectives. It's not just about the technology itself, but also making sure that it works for the people and addresses the challenges and creates opportunities in a way that is inclusive, accessible, and practical. The national addressing system will offer significant opportunities to standardize and improve real estate practices, from enhancing the accuracy of the valuations, credit risk assessments, and many more that you will learn about throughout the course of the presentations that we'll have today. So as we discuss these innovations, we're not just thinking about the future of the cities, but also how we can shape this in a more equitable, accessible, and sustainable way. So we look forward to all your insights, contributions, and engagement throughout this workshop. And let's all work together to ensure that this is a great success. Thank you.
I'll ask again for a warm applause for her. As we're going further with our workshop this morning, I'd like to ask MACRA's representative as the first presenter this morning, Mr. Banit Namacha, Deputy Director of Postal and E-Commerce. Is he around? A round of applause, please.
Good morning. I think this presentation was supposed to be done by Mr. Limbani Sekani, but still, I'll proceed to do it. Once again, good morning. All right. I'm standing before you to make a presentation on the national addressing system in Malawi. And at the end of the presentation, I hope you'll be able to understand what is national addressing system, why the government decided to bring forth this project, and how far have we gone in the implementation of NAS, and what are the components of national addressing system, and which stakeholders are key in the implementation of a national addressing system. But before I start the presentation, let me just say one or two things. I have heard we have students from the University of Malawi. So you need to know how MACRA came into being. Just 2 minutes before I go into this presentation. Probably you at the end of this, and when you go back to the college, you go to the library and read. Around 1992, 1993, IMF and World Bank, they are called Bretton Woods institutions. IMF and World Bank around the world were recommending the restructuring of the economies in various countries. So in Malawi, they came around 1992, 1993, and they recommended the restructuring of our economy. So one of the sectors in the economy is the communications sector. So it was also recommended that it should be restructured. So because of their recommendation, the communications sector was earmarked for restructuring. And in 1997, because of IMF and World Bank, the structural adjustment programs of IMF and World Bank, in 1997, the government of Malawi, for the communication sector, the government of Malawi developed what was called the Communication Sector Policy Statement. That was meant to spearhead the restructuring of the communication sector in Malawi. So the Communication Sector Policy Statement led to the passing of the Communications Act, or the enactment of the Communications Act in 1998. Before the enactment of the Communications Act in 1998, we had an entity that was called Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation. It was a regulator and an operator in the communication sector. So telecommunication services, postal services were being provided by Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation. And the service provider was also regulating itself. That's why it was felt that the sector should be restructured. So after the Communication Sector Policy Statement in 1997, the passing of the Communications Act in 1998 led to the splitting or the delinking of MPTC, Malawi Post and Telecommunications Corporation, into 3 institutions. Malawi Post Corporation. You know we have Malawi Post Corporation. We have post offices around the country. Malawi Telecommunications Limited. You know we have MTL. MTL was part of MPTC. Malawi Post Corporation was part of MPTC. These were like services being provided within MPTC. And the third institution that was born out of MPTC was Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority. That's why we have MACRA today. It's because of the enactment of the Communications Act of 1998. That's why MACRA was born. So it started its operations around 2000, and it was mandated to regulate the communications sector. So the communications sector in Malawi comprises of telecommunications, postal, and broadcasting. So the Communications Act of 1998 only gave MACRA the mandate to regulate communications services in the country. After several years, up to around 2013, 2014, gaps were identified in the Communications Act of 1998, and a review was initiated to look at what are the gaps in the Act of 1998. And one of the issues that were identified was the absence of the national addressing system in the 1998 Act. So, in the 2016 Act, issues about national addressing system were included. So you will see why MACRA is involved in the implementation of the national addressing system. It's because we are mandated by one of the laws of the country, the Communications Act of 2016, which replaced the Communications Act of 1998, which established MACRA. Now, why did the government decide that we should have a national addressing system? Because as a country, we did not have a comprehensive addressing system which identifies a person by the street name, the house number, and the postcode. And because we did not have such kind of an addressing system, then the government decided that we should amend the Act of 1998, give one of the entities in Malawi the mandate to implement the national addressing system, so that every resident in Malawi, not citizen but resident, every resident in Malawi should have a physical address, should be identified by a house number, a street name, and a postcode. By 2016, even beyond 2016, we had two types of addresses. You know the post office address, P.O. Box 100 Zomba, Private Bag 2 Zomba, Private Bag 261 Blantyre. That is a post office address. It is an addressing standard. It is an addressing style. Accepted worldwide, there's no issues about such kind of an address. However, it has its own shortfalls. That's why the government decided that we should have the national addressing system on top of the post office address. The second type of address is what is called the traditional way of addressing, where you give directions to each other. You want to come to my house, okay, get to, or catch a minibus, drop off at Chinamwali, bus stop, take a left turn, there's a mango tree, 100 meters from the mango tree, there's an Anglican church, and 100 meters from there, then that's where I stay. We do that, even now. Probably even today, someone has given such kind of an address. This is called the traditional way of addressing. So national addressing system, what it's doing is just to modernize the traditional way of addressing. Because it is still giving directions, but you don't need to meet someone to ask for those directions. But it will be a system that will be giving you the directions. So, as I was saying, In 2016, the government decided to amend the Communications Act that was there, that was passed in 1998. And in 2016, they gave the mandate to implement national addressing system to MACRA. Reads as follows. This is the exact wording in the act. The authority means MACRA. The authority shall, my friends from the university, shall is mandatory and not optional. So the authority shall allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. That's the exact wording in the act. So MACRA is being told, go and make sure that you should allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. We have verbs there. Allocate is a verb. Manage is a verb. Regulate is a verb. And we have two nouns there. My friend from UNIMA. Two nouns. One of them is postcodes, exactly. And the other is addresses. So the main issues that were given to MACRA, is to make sure that we have addresses and postcodes. So keep those two words. MACRA was given the mandate to ensure that we have addresses and postcodes. And these addresses are not the post office addresses. These addresses are not the traditional way of addresses. These addresses are the physical addresses that will encompass a house number, a street name, and a postcode. So keep these two words. Addresses, which is a physical address, and a postcode. Now, because MACRA was given this mandate in 2016 to implement a national addressing system, then people had to sit and think on how we should implement the national addressing system. And an international workshop was held at Golden Peacock Hotel in Lilongwe after the passing of the Communications Act of 2016 to look at how are we going to implement the national addressing system. The mandate has been given to MACRA. Can MACRA alone implement the national addressing system? What is it really about national addressing system? People weren't sure. This was new in 2016. So people weren't sure. And they had to call for an international workshop on addressing in Malawi. And the participants were drawn from around the world. And an addressing expert from Switzerland was the lead during this workshop. We have an institution in Switzerland that is called the Universal Postal Union. This is a United Nations agency on postal matters around the world. So it looks at all postal issues around the world, the Universal Postal Union. So an addressing expert from the Universal Postal Union was called to lead the process of developing addresses and postcodes in Malawi. Remember the two words, the two nouns, addresses and postcodes. So this expert and the other experts from South Africa, Tanzania, and from other countries were called. And various stakeholders were also involved and called to attend the workshop in Malawi at Golden Peacock. So during that workshop, resolutions were developed. And two main resolutions were, one, that these addresses, the postcodes and the addresses, should have prerequisites. So on this slide, we are going to talk about the prerequisites for the addressing system. So they decided that for us to have physical addresses and postcodes, these should be the prerequisites for Malawi to develop the addresses. So there were 4. So these were recommendations from an international workshop at Golden Peacock. So the prerequisites We are 4. Here are the prerequisites. 1, streets, or you can call them roads, must be identified and be given names. The first issue is about identification of the streets. So they must be identified. Why are we saying streets or roads must be identified? You know, we have footpaths, we have going to a river, we have whatever, going to the graveyard. Those are not official roads. So at each and every district council, municipal council, or city council, they know these are the official roads. So all roads or streets must be identified and be given names. Who is supposed to give names to the streets or to the roads? It is the community. The council should only facilitate. MACRA should only facilitate in consultation with the council to give names to all roads or streets that have been identified. That's the first prerequisite. All roads or streets must be identified and be given names. The second one is all houses must be numbered. So every property in Malawi will be numbered. No, we're not talking about toilets, kitchen, or whatever. We're talking about a property where someone lives, someone works, someone prays, someone goes to school, such kind of properties. So all properties across the country will be numbered. And they are saying houses must be numbered according to the new system. What is this new system? The new system is like, if a road is starting from here, if we go to a particular council, they will advise us that this road, according to us, is starting from this and going to this direction. So if the road is starting from here, all houses or properties on the left are given odd numbers. And all houses or properties on the right are given even numbers. So on the left will be like 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and so forth. On the right is 2, 4, 6, 8. So you cannot have a situation where you have 1, 2, 3 on the same side of the road. But 1 will be on this side, 2 will be on the opposite side. So the second prerequisite is all houses must be numbered according to the new system. The third one was all big buildings must be named. All big buildings must be named. So if you build your own property and it is described as big, under national addressing system, you'll be required to give it a name. If it's a government property, then the ministry or the agency or the department that is responsible for that building will be required to give it a name. So that's the third prerequisite. All big buildings. So we have Jayamba House, De La Meya, we have Tikwere House, such kind of names. Ulimi House. And the fourth prerequisite is mapping. I told you, when I was describing the traditional way of addressing, that national addressing system is only modernizing the traditional way of addressing. You don't need to go to someone to ask for a direction, but it will be this system using the maps giving you directions to where you want to go. That's why mapping is one of the key issues under national addressing system. So these are the 4 prerequisites. A resolution from an international workshop on addressing in Malawi. The second resolution was that national addressing system implementation should not only be for MACRA, but it should be a multi-stakeholder driven national project. So the second resolution was this must be multi-stakeholder driven, meaning we should involve as many stakeholders as possible in the implementation of national addressing system. Despite the mandate to implement national addressing system under the Communications Act of 2016 been given to MACRA. Despite that, but from the workshop, it was decided that this should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national project. And because they decided that this should be a multi-stakeholder-driven national project, they also decided that for this to be implemented easily and effectively, efficiently, effectively and easily, we should have components under the project. We should have components. So they decided that we should have 6 components. The first component is on addressing standards. What are addressing standards? Kuchawe, Hotel, PO Box 20, Zomba. That is an addressing standard. However, with national addressing system, an addressing standard or an addressing style will include a house number, a street name, and a postcode. So we need to develop a new addressing standard that will include a house number, a street name, and a postcode. So an addressing standard was one of the components that was recommended that we should have under national addressing system. The second component was on national postcodes. What is a postcode? My friends from the university probably want to fill a form and there's a space there. They're asking you to include your postcode number. Mostly people have been saying +265 as the postcode number. That is wrong. +265 is a country telephone code for Malawi. For a telephone to come from America, Iraq, China, and get into Malawi, we need to put +265. It's a country telephone code. A postcode is an address for an area. So each area in Malawi will have its own unique postcode. And what are these areas? In the urban areas, an area under postcodes is a township. In the districts, a tier and a sub-tier. So it means each township in Zomba has its own unique postcode. And each tier or sub-tier under Zomba District Council has its own postcode. The third component was on the address database. So we'll be collecting the house numbers, we'll be collecting the street names, we'll have the postcodes for each area from Nsanje to Chitipa, and we need to get all that into a computer system, and we need to have a database. So that's the third component. The fourth component is physical infrastructure. Why physical infrastructure? Physical infrastructure are the road signs and the house number plates. So why do we need the road signs? You can decide that this road should be called Mango Road, but people might not know that this road was given the name Mango until we place a road signage along that road, that this road is Mango Road, this road is Masako Chipembere Highway, this road is John Chirembwe Highway. So the fourth component was on physical infrastructure. Even on house numbering, when you say this house is number 1, you also need to put a house number plate on that house to depict the 1. The fourth one is on GIS to aid in navigation. You can have the maps, and we need the GIS to help us in navigation. And the last one is public awareness and sensitization. What we are doing here is also a component of national addressing system. So they decided that we should have these 6 components: addressing standards, postcodes, address database, physical infrastructure, GIS to support the database, and public awareness and sensitization. And because they came up with these 6 components, and remember this is a multi-stakeholder driven national initiative, we needed to have committees to be looking at each and every component. So they came up with 6 subcommittees. The issues about post-codes and addressing standards were lumped into one committee. And that committee is called Addressing Standards and Post-Code Committee, or Post-Code Subcommittee. And remember, this is multi-stakeholder driven. This subcommittee is chaired by Malawi Post Corporation, not MACRA. The second subcommittee is the legal subcommittee. Why the legal? You know, I have already told you, MACRA was given the mandate to implement National Addressing System because of the Communications Act of 2016. But we have to implement this in the councils. The councils are using the Local Government Act, not the Communications Act. Because we need maps, the entity that was given the mandate on maps in Malawi is the Department of Surveys. So they also have their own act. So to avoid conflict when implementing the national addressing system, because various stakeholders are using various laws of the country, we needed to have this. And this subcommittee is chaired by Malawi Housing Corporation. You remember we have 3 landlords in Malawi. Malawi Housing Corporation is one of them. Lands is another. And councils. These are the 3 landlords. So that committee is chaired by Malawi Housing Corporation, the second committee. The third committee is on physical infrastructure, the road signage and the house numbers, the design, the size. So this committee is chaired by Blantyre City Council on behalf of all the councils in Malawi under the Ministry of Local Government. And the fourth one is on geographic information system and database. This committee is co-chaired by National Statistical Office and Department of Surveys under the Ministry of Lands, to look at the maps. And the fifth one is on public awareness and sensitization. This one is chaired by MACRA, to sensitize, create awareness on what is NAS, why NAS, how far have we gone, what are the roles of other stakeholders, and all the other issues. Public awareness. And the last one is on budget and finance. We need finances to implement anything under NAS. And this committee is also chaired by MACRA, because so far, up to now, it is only MACRA that is financing the implementation of national addressing system. So this is the governance structure. This is what I was describing. At the bottom, the subcommittees, the 6 subcommittees. Now, the chairpersons from each of the 6 subcommittees meet at the technical committee. So whatever is discussed at the addressing standards and postcodes, they take it to the technical committee. For example, when they developed the postcodes for Malawi in 2019, the committee that developed the postcodes for the country was the Addressing Standards and Postcodes Committee. So they took their draft postcodes for Malawi to the technical committee. The technical committee is made up of the chairpersons of the 6 subcommittees, and the chairperson of the technical committee is MACRA. So you discuss whatever is coming from any of the 6 subcommittees. And from there, they are taken up. The National Steering Committee is made up of principal secretaries of key ministries and also CEOs of various institutions that are key in the implementation of national addressing. And it is co-chaired by PS for local government and PS for information. So, here is an example of the stakeholders. Remember, multi-stakeholder driven national project. So, here are the examples of stakeholders that are involved in the implementation of national addressing. NSO, NRB, the city councils, utility companies, meaning ESCOM and the water boards, Department of Service, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Justice, and this is just an example. But we have so many stakeholders involved in the implementation of national addressing system. Now, why NAS? We have a PO box, addresses, we have a traditional way of addressing. Why did the government decide that we should have NAS? So we have benefits. We divided them into economic and social benefits. I will not go into each and every benefit that is on the screen. I will just pick one or two under the economic benefits, one or two on the social benefits. Today, especially my colleagues from UNIMA and my fellow public servants and others, today mostly we are able to buy things online. So you can order online, you can pay online, but delivery cannot be done online. Delivery has to be done physically. And because you want to do everything at the comfort of your home, you have ordered on Amazon, eBay, Jumia, whatever, Alibaba, you have done that, you have paid. And you also want to be the items to be delivered at your doorstep. NAS will facilitate home deliveries. Minus NAS, forget about home deliveries. Because national addressing system will ensure that whoever is involved, whether Prince Machika, when buying, he will include his house number and the street name and the postcode. So whichever courier company is involved in the delivery will use the postcode, the street name, and the house number, and they will get to his home. So NAS will facilitate home deliveries of services. Another example is on tourism. As a country, we want to encourage tourism. So imagine a situation where we have a tourist who is coming from South America mainly, or Portugal. They mainly speak Portuguese or Latin. And they don't speak, mainly they don't speak English. So he comes here, he has landed at Kia, and he wants to go to Nkopola in Mangochi. But he doesn't speak English. And he goes and he meets a taxi driver at the parking lot at Kia. Imagine the conversation. He doesn't speak English, obviously. He doesn't speak Chichewa. He's coming from Brazil. Our taxi driver doesn't speak Portuguese or Latin. So imagine the conversation. With NAS, all he needs to communicate is the house number and the street name and the postcode. So even he can just give the taxi driver a paper where he has written the house number 9, the street name Samina Mwa Road, and the postcode number. So the taxi driver will look at the number, the street name, and the postcode, and they'll say, okay, based on this postcode, then we have to go to Mangochi. And when he gets to Mangochi, then based on the street name, he will know, okay, I have to go to this street, and I have to go. So it will enhance tourism. On the social benefits, emergency services. Imagine a situation during the rainy season at 1 a.m. you have been visited by the uninvited guests. You know them. So you want help from the police. And you call the police and you start giving them the directions. No, there's a mango tree and there's a church. You mean the police will see a mango tree at 1 a.m. during the rainy season when it's dark? No. With NAS, when it's fully implemented, you only need to give them the house number and the street name and the postcode. They will use the shortest way, using the application that is going to be developed. They will use the shortest way to where you are calling from, and they will be able to help you. The same applies to ambulances. You want an ambulance at your home, or there's a fire incident at your home. With banks, you want to open a bank account. They give you an application form and they ask you to draw a sketch map, right? They ask you to draw a sketch map because the absence of a national addressing system. Once this is fully implemented, all you need to indicate is the house number, the street name, and the postcode number. And no need to draw that sketch map. You have built a house, you want ESCOM to connect electricity to your house. You are given an application form and you are also asked to draw a sketch map. Why? The absence of a national addressing system. With NAS, that will be gone, that will be history. All you need to be indicating is the house number, the street name, and the postcode. So, up to this stage, I have talked about the house number and the street name. That's the physical address. Remember, I told you to keep in mind two nouns. From Section 124 of the Communications Act, they said MACRA or the authority shall allocate, manage, and regulate addresses and postcodes. So I told you to keep in mind addresses and postcodes. So I have described to you what is an address in this context of NAS. It's the house number and the street name. And the other issue from Section 124 of the Communications Act is the postcode. What is a postcode? There's a technical definition there and there's a layman's definition. We use the layman's definition of a postcode. It is an address for an area. So in Malawi, an address for an area, we are referring it to as a postcode. In America, an address for an area is referred to as a zip code. In other countries, especially in the East, they refer to this as an area code. But still, it's an address for an area. We are using the word postcode because in UK, they use the word postcode. We were under UK. This is Commonwealth. That's why we adopted the word postcode. Around the world, we have two types of postcodes. We have alphanumeric, the combination of letters and numbers, and numeric, numbers only. And in Malawi, we adopted the numeric type of postcodes, only having the numbers. And we said we should have 6 digits on our postcodes, and each digit has a meaning. So Malawi has been divided into 3 postcode zones: the north, the center, and the south, according to the administrative regions of the country. So we have 6 digits on our postcodes. The first digit represents a region. So if you see a 1, then it means that is an address for an area in the northern region, because a 1 represents the north. If a postcode starts with a 2, it means it's an address for an area in central region, because central region was given a 2. If you see a 3, that means it's an address for an area in the southern region, because the south was given a 3. So the first digit represents a region. The second 2 digits, they represent a district in that region. For example, I have already said 1 is for the north. If you see 1, then 01, it means 1 is for the north, 01 is a district in the north. So we started from the north as well. So 01 is for Chitipa, 02 is for Karonga, 03 is for Rumpi, 04 in Zimba. You go down, 06 in Kadabe, you finish northern region. You come to central region, it starts with a 2, 01, might be Kasungu, 02, Nkota, 03, Chisidoa, Nchinji, you come down up to Nsheu. And you start with the south, 3, then you start with Balaka, Mangochi, Machinga, you come down Zomba, up to Nsanji. So this is what I was describing. The first digit is for the region, the second 2 digits represents a district in that region, the last 3 digits represents the exact locality in that district. So it's a region, the district in that region, a location in that district. So can you go back? So Let me talk about the fourth digit. This one. If you see a 1, then it should tell you or should ring in your mind that that area is in a rural area. If there's a 1 here. If there's a 2 here, then it means that area is in an urban setup. If there's a 3 here, then it means it's in a municipal council. And if it's a 4, then it means it's in a town. So, I talked about the addressing standards, the old and the new. I'm just giving you an example of an old addressing system or standard on your left. And this is what mostly you are using. University of Malawi, Chancellor College, private, is it PO Box 280? PO Box 280 Zomba, right? So it's like the address on your left. But we are moving away from such kind of addressing. We'll be using the address on your right. These are the kind of addresses that are used in all the other developed countries where national addressing system was already implemented. So, remember the 4 prerequisites. We talked about all streets must be named, identified and be named, right? There's Samina Amwa Road there. It's a street name. Remember we said all houses must be numbered. There's a 9 there. That's a property number. Remember we said all big buildings must be named. There's a Makra house there. That's a big building name. And we talked about mapping. A map cannot appear on an address. So this is the new addressing standard that we'll be using as a country. So it's the same Daud Suleiman, but you can see how it has changed. We are including the building name, the property number, the street name, and the postcode number. For now, we are still maintaining the PO box of a private bag. You can see it's also there. And it's also included on this side. Why? Because this is the transition period. If we just remove it now, then there will be confusion, especially when someone wants to deliver parcels, packages, or letters. So this is the new addressing system. So can I ask my friends from Chancellor, do you know the physical address for White House? Physical address for Donald Trump? Or Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister for Great Britain? We are mostly influenced by what happens in Britain and US, right? So do you know the physical address for Prime Minister for Great Britain? For United Kingdom, sorry. United Kingdom? Huh? Exactly, Downing Street is the street name, but the address is 10 Downing Street. So it's the 9 Samina Mwa Road. That's the 10 Downing Street. For Donald Trump, it's President Donald Trump, White House, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, and they include their postcode down there. So the 1600 is the 9. Pennsylvania Avenue is the Samina Mwa Road. The Washington is the Blantyre. The White House is the Makra House there. These are internationally accepted style of addressing. This is an internationally accepted style of addressing. So whatever we are using in Malawi is also used in the US, in China, in Britain. Because what we did was the Addressing Standards and Postcodes Committee developed a template on addressing standards for Malawi. And we had to submit that template to the UPU, Universal Postal Union, for certification. So they looked at our template and they agreed that it is conforming to the international standards, and we were given a certificate, S42 certification. So whatever happens in Malawi is also happening in all the other countries, whether Britain, China, or the US. How far have we gone with NAS? We started with a pilot phase in Blantyre because at that time Makra was in Blantyre. Now we are in Lilongwe. So we identified few areas based on our settlement patterns. So we chose Namiwawa to represent all low density areas in Malawi. We chose Chinyonga to represent medium density areas in Malawi. We chose Makata industrial area to represent all industrial areas in Malawi. We chose Ndilande Safarao to represent informal settlements. And we also had to go to Irangwi, and we looked at 3 villages, Somba, Somola, and Mangasanja villages in Irangwi to represent a rural setup. So we started with a pilot phase, lessons were learned. From the pilot phase, when we started the phased national rollout. So we have gone to the north, Chitipa, all the districts in the north. We have gone to the center, all the districts in the center. We've gone to the south, all the districts in the south. But phased implementation, phased national rollout. The second is on addressing standards. We have talked about the addressing standard. I've given you an example of an address for White House, for the Prime Minister of Britain, and for Daud Suleiman. Those are the addressing standards that were developed. I've also showed you the postcodes that were developed and gazetted in 2019, how they were developed, what's the meaning of each digit on the postcodes. GIS mapping and data extraction is an ongoing exercise. Once we go to an area to start implementing NAS, then we have to look at the maps and the data that we want to use. So this is an ongoing exercise. Public awareness is what we are doing, we'll continue doing, and there's a committee, you remember, from the 6 subcommittees, there's a committee on public awareness and sensitization that is chaired by MACRA, but there are various institutions under this committee. And I've already talked about the phased national rollout. So I don't know if you are able to see. This is an example of numbering in Chinyonga. There's a 2 there at the gate. That's what we did in Chinyonga. So, because it's a 2, it means this house is at the corner from where the road is starting from. Because I have already said, our numbering is like, there's a 1 on the left and a 2 on the right, from where the road is starting from. So if there's a 2 there, then it's on the right, but it's at the corner. This is a formal settlement, Chinyonga. Namiwawa, Chinyonga, Makata industrial area. This is how it will be looking like. If you go to area 47, part of area 47, we also did the same. Area 12, we also did the same. But in a rural setup, because we have to drill that house number plate, in a rural setup, we cannot drill on most of the houses. That is a house in Lilangwe when we were doing national addressing system. So we said, okay, let's just have pen to paint white background, and we just have to write the number with black paint. This is an example of a road signage, physical infrastructure. This was taken from Blantyre. So, you go to the next. What are the challenges? I will emphasize on vandalism, and there's a reason why I will emphasize on vandalism. Go to the next slide. You see on your left, there was a galvanized metal pole there in Makata industrial area when we were doing pilot phase. We erected a pole today, tomorrow it was already removed. So we received information from our colleagues from Makata industrial area. We reported to police. They took us to Ndilande market to help them identify our poles, and we were able to identify them in Ndilande market. These were our poles in 2018. So the physical infrastructure committee thought that we should look at how we can redesign the physical infrastructure, the poles, because immediately after placing it today, tomorrow, it was stolen. So they came up with another design. You go to, they decided that we should be using a plastic pole perforated with quarry, sand, and cement inside. So this is Makata industrial area as well, but a plastic pole. So you can see there was a metal pole that was removed by our friends from Ndilande, and we came back with a plastic pole. The names of the streets up there. And because they were also removed, not all of them, but some of them. You know, I'm sorry to say this, but we have to say it. You know, Ndilande is the home of Bulles, and Bulles is doing fine now. But around 2017, 2018, 2019, there was struggle in that camp. So when they are beaten at Kamuzu Stadium, do you know, I have heard humanities, do you know displaced aggression? It's Bulles versus Silver. Silver's won. They are going back to Ndilande. Instead of beating Silver Strikers players, they thought of destroying physical infrastructure. That's displaced aggression. So they also thought, okay, they are being removed, they are being destroyed. Let's see if we can have concrete poles. So currently we are using this. A modernized way of this, not exactly like this, but the concept is like this one. However, when we erected these in Zimba, they were destroyed as well. We had to move from Blantyre and say, okay, let's go to the north and start erecting these concrete poles. And surprisingly, they also destroyed them. The other slide. No. I have already covered how far we have gone. I have said now we are at each and every district council from Nsanje to Chitipa with national addressing system. The other one. So I hope you are able to understand why the government decided that we should move away from the PO box, the traditional way of addressing, and have a national addressing system that will aid navigation and delivery services in Malawi. Because it will bring a more organized way of life. Imagine you want to move from Capital Hotel to an area in Old Town, and in other countries they just use Uber services, for example, in South Africa, but Uber is running on the NAS platform in South Africa. Because all you need to do is you have to download the application, the Uber application, and you're asked where you are and where you are going. All you need to include, to input is the property number and the street name on where you are, the property number and the street name on where you are going, and that application will show you the registration number of the vehicle that will be coming to pick you up and the amount that you are supposed to pay. So the vehicle will come, and because you are able to see the registration number on your phone, you know this is the vehicle, you jump in, they take you to where you are going, you drop off, you pay. More organized way of life. Not giving directions to a taxi driver and they will be passing through where you want to go, move around because they want to charge more. Because at the end of the day, they will say, okay, but I missed the place, but because we have moved around, I have burnt a lot of fuel, then add 5,000 on top of what we agreed. But NAS will bring a more organized way of life, and it will be used by various sectors of the economy, not only the communications sector, because people might be thinking, because it's MACRA, the NAS is only for the communication sector. No, it's not. Emergency services are not for MACRA. The banking sector, they know your customers. They'll be using national addressing system. Utility companies will be using national addressing system. Even AIP and whatever will be using the national addressing system. So it will bring a more organized way of life, and it will be used by all sectors of the economy. And at the end of the day, we'll have a more improved navigation and delivery services in Malawi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Namacha, for a very comprehensive NAS overview and also a short brief of what MACRA is. After that presentation, we'd like to go into question and answers. I believe maybe we have some other questions in connection with what has just been presented or anything else that we'd like to know. So we'll have a bit of question and answers for 5 minutes. So if you have a question, you can just switch on your mic and you give your question, and the right people will give you the right responses.
Yeah, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I just wanted to know if, since the inception, the beginning of implementation, have you ever met any challenge regarding, for example, politically, they raise chiefs like from a group of village headmen to a TA. The system is already developed. How do you tackle such kind of changes and developments? Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand there.
I have 2 questions.
Please make sure you're closer to your mic so that you can be audible enough.
Okay. First of all, let me thank you for the good presentation that you have made. I have 2 questions. First, what criteria have you put in place so that the people of rural areas to understand what we are learning here? Okay, what criteria have you put in place so that the people in rural areas to understand what we are learning here? Number 1. Number 2, who will conduct activities to assist you to number all houses in rural areas? Who will conduct activities to assist you, like to numbering all houses in Malawi? Thank you.
The last one.
With NASA and the help of the postcodes, street name, and the house number, how do you help people in times of emergencies in highly populated areas?
I think for now we can have those questions answered before we go for a break.
Can we have one more question, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
All right. I'm interested in how the numbering of houses in Ndilande happened. Okay. From what he was presenting, he said when numbering, you use the street, and then on your right, even, and on your left, odd numbers. So when it comes to informal settlement, to my view, it's hard to do such kind of numbering. And when you consider that there is a house and then another one behind it, another one behind it, before finding another street. So I would love to know how that works.
Thank you very much. The last one.
He has talked about challenges associated with NAS. So my question is, how will these challenges be addressed, and what contingency plans are placed?
Thank you very much. Mr. Namacha, you can pick on the questions.
Thank you very much. The first question is mostly on postcodes, because he was talking about promotion of chiefs from probably group village to sub-tier or tier. As I have already said, postcodes are a postcode is an address for an area. So in a rural setup, we are giving postcodes to tiers and sub-tiers. And also a decision was made that postcodes are going to be reviewed after every 5 years. So if there are any other promotions that have happened within that 5 years, then that tier or sub-tier will be incorporated into the postcodes. But it will not affect the numbering. If you have a new sub-tier, if the postcodes for Nsanje were up to 12, for example, that new chief will be 13. So that we shouldn't affect the postcode numbers that were already assigned in Nsanje. On awareness in rural areas, that's my understanding of the question. As I have already said, we have 6 subcommittees, and one of the committees is public awareness and sensitization. And there are various stakeholders that are involved in creating awareness and sensitizing people on national addressing system. So what happens is, if we are going to a particular district to start implementing national addressing, we start with what is called a full council meeting, where we invite chiefs, public servants from the DC's office, ward councillors, MPs, and interested groups from that district. So we take them through the NAS overview and we give them a chance to ask questions. Once that is done, and if you want to implement NAS at a particular area in that district, then we go back to do awareness. So we, you know, the public, the loud howling, public address systems. So we go there with public address systems, the loud howling and whatever, even small group meetings to create awareness to ensure that this NAS is accepted in that particular area before we fully start implementing national addressing system. So we start at council level, then we go down to the communities. How we can subdivide that area using the features that we can see on them. For example, if there's a river there, there's a road somewhere, there's a mountain, there's what. So we use such features to divide that area into sections or zones. If you see the number that was there for Lilangwe, that house in Lilangwe, that was 53G. There's a G there. The G is for that section. That house is in section G. So that area is divided into sections, and we are using the alphabet A, B, C, up to Z. If we get to Z, then we start A, B, A, C, A, D, such kind of zones or sections. So we divide the area based on the features that we can see on the map, and we start numbering the houses in that section. So if we can have 53A, we can have 53B, 53C, because these 53 are belonging to different sections in that same area. So we divide the whole, like Safarao area, we divide Safarao into sections, A, B, C, D, probably up to Q, and we start numbering in that particular section. 1 up to the last house in that section. We go to section B, 1 up to the last house in that section. We go to section C, up until we number each and every property in that informal settlement. So because once we number, we also have to go and correct what are called coordinates that will aid in navigation. So whether it's in a rural setup, whether it's in informal settlement, whether in the formal settlement, because of the coordinates that we have collected, then you'll be able to get to that place. I think that was also question number 4 on navigation in rural areas or densely populated areas. So I have already addressed it. Numbering in informal settlements, that's what I have already said. And addressing, you said addressing challenges? The challenges that I was referring to, finances, data, and vandalism. I have talked about the vandalism issue. You have seen we have been redesigning the physical infrastructure from the galvanized metal pole. We went to the plastic one. We are now at the concrete one. So those are trying to find a solution to the challenge that we meet at that particular point in time. On finances, what we have done is, because it is only MACRA that is financing the implementation of NAS, and that's why we are doing a phased national rollout or first implementation of NAS. It's because of limited finances. So what we have done is we have been submitting financing proposals to various institutions, including international institutions like the Universal Postal Union, the Pan-African Post Union, to help us with finances and technical expertise on how we can fast track the implementation of national addressing. So we are not only looking at the finances, but we're also looking at technical expertise to help us implement national addressing quickly, national addressing system quickly, so that we should by 2030 implement, or every resident in Malawi, I should say, should have a physical address. The other is on data. When we go to a particular council, there's no data, they don't have digital maps. So what we are doing is we are using what are called satellite images. So we look at the particular area from up there. We are using the satellite imagery and we come up with that map for that area. Then we start working with GIS people from that particular council to come up with the digital maps for that area. Then we can print those maps. We take them to the community for them to confirm, especially when we are doing the street naming. We go to that particular area, we show them, this is your area, can you confirm? When they say, yes, this is our road, this is the road, no, this is not a road, this is just a footpath. So we delete that and we ensure that we have only captured what the community is saying is appearing in their community. That's what we are doing. And there are various ways of addressing the challenges because this is multi-stakeholder driven national initiative or project. We cannot have a solution as MACRA, but probably if you take it to the other stakeholder, they'll say, no, we can do it this way, we can do it that way, we can do it that way. And at the end of the day, we always have solutions to every challenge that we have faced since inception in 2017, 2018. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Namacha, for the very well articulated answers, and thank you to all participants for the questions asked. As articulated earlier, that this is an engagement workshop, so it's very important that those questions keep on coming. I would like to recognize the presence of Standard Bank and Centenary Bank, all those who are representing these banks. At this juncture, we are going to have a 15 minutes tea break. After that, we'll be back for more presentations. Thank you. I've just been reminded that we will start with a group photo first, outside. After that, then we can have our tea break. Thank you. So we can all stand up for the group photo outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to know your postcode, the postcode for your area, you can go to Macra website, www.macra.mw. Or if you have a TNM line, you can just do *422# and it will give you directions to know a postcode for where you are or a postcode for a specific area that you want to know. *422# on TNM line or on www.macra.mw. These postcodes were gazetted in 2019, so they are in force now. *422# on TNM.
Gentlemen, I will ask for your attention still, though you're still taking your snacks, but the program has to continue. I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Mulima, a property developer who's amidst us. So welcome to the workshop. We have few other presenters who are going to present on different topics. At the moment, we have Chikondi Mhamba, a land surveyor. After Chikondi Mhamba, we have Prince Machika, a certified real estate practitioner. And after Prince Machika's presentation, we have Sam Mtunde. So the presentations will go in that order. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. As already mentioned by the MC, my name is Chikondi Mpamba. I'm a lecturer in engineering surveying and geodesy at MUBAS under the Department of Land Surveying and Physical Planning. So this morning I'll be presenting on the law of a surveyor and GIS in the implementation of National Addressing System. If you can recall, Mr. Namacha has countless times during his presentation, he was mentioning about location. And if you can remember, one of the prerequisites of the new addressing system, it's connecting to location. What did he say about that prerequisite that is connected to location? Because we are dealing with address location, and as surveyors, we deal with location. And I'm happy that we have youth mappers, students from geography that are here that can answer me that question. and that can remember that prerequisite that was mentioned by Mr. Namacha. That is connected to location, that is connected to surveying. And that forms the basic, the foundation for my presentation. And if you get that, it also helps you to connect national address system and surveying. Yes?
Okay. You said that the prerequisite was that every building should be mapped.
Thank you so much for that. So the prerequisite was mapping.
Yeah.
And under component, there was also one of the components that is connected to my topic. What was that component that he mentioned, Mr. Namaji?
GIS to support the addressing system.
Thank you so much for that. We can clap hands for them. That means they were paying attention. So as I've already said, I'll be presenting on the law of a survey and GIS in the implementation of national addressing system. So why are surveyors important in this case, in national addressing system? Because we are talking about location. We are talking about address location. And if you remember, Mr. Namacha also mentioned about coordinates. So you can't talk about location without coordinates. Those coordinates, usually you get them from surveyors. So that's why surveyors and GIS is connected to national addressing system. So during this presentation, of course, I'll have introduction. Also, I'll explain laws of surveyor and the importance of land survey in the implementation of national address system. And the last one, I'll also point out about challenges faced by land surveyors. Next. So, as already mentioned by Mr. Namasha, he already explained about the importance of national address system. So, national address system is crucial. I will just highlight it's crucial for effective governance. We all know about effective governance, about emergency response. You talk of postal services and economic development. But how is a surveyor now connected? What is the law of a surveyor? So as I've already mentioned, that the surveyor plays a vital role in providing a precise geographical data and defining property boundary, which are fundamental to the what? To the accuracy and reliability of national addressing system. Because if you are going to provide, as a surveyor, if you are going to provide long coordinates to the people that are creating the database, for example, for a location, let's say Kuchawe, that means if you are using that app, you get to a long location. So that's why we need surveyors so that they can provide accurate and reliable coordinates for our address location. Next slide. Before I can explain on this slide, I want you to watch a short video that describe surveying, the equipment, and what happens during data collection and processing. Anyway, you can just see the visuals. There's no sound, but the sound anyway, it's just music. Okay, so from the video itself, from the beginning of the video, you could see there were GPS. How many surveyors are here? Maybe those people who have worked with GPS. Yes, thank you. So from that video, you saw the GPS. There was also drones. I know maybe at the back, maybe it was not visible, but there were equipments that we used to correct data. And those equipment goes in different categories. We have the ground methods, and the other equipment that we use space methods. For example, if you are talking about the drone, that means you are using the drone to capture data from the space. So the video is just showing you the information that is required to produce what? To produce an address location. That means a GPS will be utilized to give a surveyor coordinates that will be input in the what? In the national address system in order to come up with the location. If you are talking about the drones, that means you are going to have a what? You are going to have a map. If you are talking about, can you go the other, sorry, down? So Mr. Namacha also mentioned about the satellite image. Of course, this is just a simple image of a location. So he talked about they are using satellite image in order to identify the what? The location. So as surveyors, we can provide also satellite image so that they can be able to identify a location. He also mentioned they are using the satellite image even, he talked mostly about rural areas so that they can categorize, they can put the areas into grids so that they can be able to coordinate properly to give proper numbers. So they can also utilize the satellites. Can you go back to the, yeah. So I was just mentioning about the equipment that the surveyors use to collect data, in this case, collecting coordinates data so that they can be used to come up with the address location. So the first law of a surveyor in coming up or in implementation of national address system is to establish a reference framework. What is a reference framework? A reference framework is just set of coordinates, and in this case that it has to be geodetic coordinates that are more accurate, so that we should have what? We should have accurate and reliable address location. So in this case for surveyors, those that we are doing mapping, I don't know whether you have ever done georeferencing. Have you ever done georeferencing? To your image, satellite images, or you work with already georeferenced satellite images?
Okay, in class I think you can say that we never did about the georeferencing. But as for me, I'm like a student at the ADD Malawi, so I did that.
Okay, that's good to hear. So for the satellite image that are being used, it's either they download the satellite image that are already georeferenced. But if you are using the satellite image that are not georeferenced, that means we have to use control points. In this case, that's why it falls under establishing a reference framework. So those control points are used to georeference the satellite image so that it should be in real world coordinates. It has to be attached to the real world coordinates. A good example here in Malawi, we have our coordinate, we use our own projection. We use our own projection. So the type of projection that we use, if we just download a satellite image that is not aligned to the standards of Malawi, that means we, at the end of the day, we are going to provide long coordinates, long address location for the national addressing system. So as a surveyor, our duty is to establish a reference system that will help us to align, in this case because we are using satellite images, it will help us now to align that so that the satellite image should properly fit the locality of Malawi and being able to provide the accurate address location, whether for Zomba, whether for houses in Lilongwe, whether for houses in Blantyre, or whether it's within the CBD as well. So the next law of a surveyor is geographical data collection. We have to collect data. Yes, we have our reference framework set apart. We have our controls. The next thing is data collection. So the data collection can be done in two parts, as I've already said. We have ground methods. Also, we have space method. In this case, Mr. Namacha has already pointed out that they use the satellite image. So if they go to a location, for example, whether it's Liwonde, they will work with a GIS officer in Liwonde, and they will download the satellite image there for the locality that they want to work with. So using those satellite image, they can be able to have information of the location that they want to work with. So that's one of the law that a surveyor plays in the national addressing system. Another one is addressing numbering logic. So he was talking, Mr. Namacha was talking about numbering. So he said on the left you do, is it odd or even? Left and light. Light, even. Yeah, I think you really, you really got the information. So for surveyors as well, we help in the numbering of the houses. So it cannot be just done by a layman. So surveyors provide what? From the numbering itself, because you can't just go on the field. That means you have to have a map, to look at the map and be able to say, we are going to number in this way. So the person that provides such a map, it's a surveyor, someone who is doing GIS. So another law is integrating with GIS. I think for that one I've already mentioned that when you collect data, you go to the field, the data that you get, it's a raw data. That means it's just about maybe coordinates if you are doing a ground method data collection. So if you take just GPS, that means you're doing a ground method. So you get coordinates. Those coordinates presented to you, you cannot interpolate. And for example, even if you just download a satellite image like that, without being processed, you cannot be able to interpret it. So that's why we are saying that we need GIS experts to be able to process that data in terms of coordinates, whether to produce a map or the satellite itself. If it's not georeferenced, you still need someone who has knowledge in softwares like ArcGIS to georeference that information. And you still need someone who knows the features of the map to be able to prepare that map, that it can be used by a layman, it can be interpreted by a layman. So GIS is also very important in the coming up of the national address system. The last one is quality control and validation. You have collected your data. Those who are students, you cannot, of course in surveying, maybe those in geography, we say that in measurements, there are always errors. We cannot run away from errors. But what is required is to minimize such errors. So even if in coming up with national address system, we have also to minimize such errors in data collection. Yes, we are saying that we want to get coordinates. Yes, we are saying we want to have satellite images, but if we just get that satellite image without checking it, without collecting for errors, then we are going to give you a long address for a location. So there is need also to do quality control. So surveyors also, we do quality control on that. A good example that also I gave during the presentation in Blanda, especially for surveyors, we are dealing with coordinates. We are dealing with locality positioning. That's what we are dealing with. So over time, you agree with me that the Earth is in constant what? Constant motion. The coordinate that you get today, if where I'm standing today I get 5, if I come again after 10 or 20 years, it will no longer be 5. That's why even Mr. Namacha has mentioned that after 5 years, there will be what? Division of this. So even in those other countries where they have the national addressing system, they also update. And even your phone, mapanga update over time. The same thing with the national address in terms of the positioning. We need to update it because there are a lot of factors that will cause the location, the value of that location to change. Mr. Namacha has clearly pointed to say that the coordinates will help you as users to navigate, to be able to go to the place that you want. So if you are going to get a long coordinate, we are not able to change over time to update our map, to update our location, address location. That means at the end of the day, whether this most definitely will be used by businesses. So if today you say for you to deliver to a house of Chikondi Mpamba at a position 5, over time, it's no longer 5. That means that person who is going to deliver will not find Chikondi at 5. So that's why surveying is too important in terms of maintaining even the national address system, maintaining the coordinates, being able to apply changes that are happening in order so that we can deliver a good national address system, even if after 5 years or 10 years from now. Next. Next. So what is the importance of land surveying in national address system implementation? I think I've talked a lot, and apart from looking at the PowerPoint, you can be able to say that. I just want one student to be able to answer me that question. What is the importance of a surveyor in the implementation of national address system? Yes.
I think a surveyor is very important just because he or she will be able to give information which will be used to have like direct location of someone. Just because you have said that you review like after, let's say, 5 years or what. So when you are reviewing, meaning that the position will be known at that particular time with some changes. So a surveyor can help all the stakeholders to give exact place. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that
All
answer.
right. I just want to add on what you said. The surveyor is coming in to do the GIS part, especially when you look at mapping. So for these addresses to be effective, you need people on the ground. And on the ground, you are not just going there. You are going in with maps. So you need somebody who understands map very well, who has the broad knowledge of maps and is an expert in that, in order to minimize the errors and whatever. So I think the Universal Postal Union, I think, is also filled with GIS experts. Because when you look at the addressing system here, when they are about to allocate a number to a building or so, a street name, whatever that is happening, you need people on the ground who have the map, and then they have cleared it out through the community mapping. The first presenter, Mr. Nalamacha, yes. Sorry, I forgot your name. All right, so Mr. Nalamacha said you can have a map, and then you show it to a villager or someone who stays there, and then you say, on this map, is this really as it is on the satellite imagery? Is this a road, or is it a river, or is it something? Okay, so when you are looking into those smaller details, you understand that the surveyor is the one who is critical here into improving the addressing system and making it to be more credible and valid.
Thank you for that. So I think you have even exhausted all the importance, and I believe that from the responses, it shows that you have heard the law of a surveyor and its importance. Can you go to the next slide? So there are challenges that are faced by land surveyors. So most of the times, different district council, they have different equipment, but also sometimes maybe the workers as well, the exposure in terms of maybe data processing. Others, they are more exposed than others in terms of maybe attending training. So the first challenge is inconsistency and outdated land records. So Mr. Namacha has clearly pointed out that they use maps. So sometimes you go to other offices where you find maybe the maps are toned in terms of location. Those are the challenges that maybe the surveyors can face in helping out in the implementation of the national addressing system. Also, lack of standardized addressing format in some regions, you find, as it has been pointed out clearly, that because of challenges in the informal settlements, they had to adopt a different way. It's no longer maybe the way they are doing it in urban areas. It's different because of the situation presented at the ground. That can also be a challenge. Sometimes resistance also from our local community to new addressing system. I think a good example, sometimes when maybe a surveyor, you want to go into someone's house maybe to get a certain information, you find that maybe you're pushed out, you don't have to work, you are not allowed to work. So those are some of the challenges. And the last one, there's need of continuous technology upgrades and training. So as I've already said, that over time, things are changing each and every year. Today you get a new phone, the next year it will be a new phone. In terms of surveying equipment, different equipment. So we need to keep up with that even in the implementation of the national addressing system. So these are, this slide is just wild examples of other addressing systems that have been implemented in Africa and the world. Of course, we have Ghana Post, we have in Nigeria, there is one GIS-based national addressing project. India, there's one. And Dubai, also there's Makan, there's one also. I think it's still in the implementation. Before I conclude, during our meeting in Blantyre, I think one of the participants brought out a very important point that I wanted to discuss. He said, is it possible for those who have done surveying or those who knows about cadastral survey, is it possible now to combine national addressing system together with the plot numbers? Is it possible? So the answer to that, yes, it's possible. We have seen it in Ghana, they are doing it. In Rwanda, they implemented it it was Land Reform 2021. They integrated the national address system with the plot numbers. So they integrated the national address system and the plot numbers in terms of cadastral data. So what they're doing, the number that you got from Mr. Namacha, at the end they'll include a plot number. So whether you have subdivided that plot, they will also indicate that the plot one, then they will, if it is subdivided, maybe they'll put it like 1A, the other one 1B. But at the first, you have the address. For example, I think he talked about, let's say if it's 30, something like that. At the end, they'll put a underscore, then you put the plot number. So they're able to combine that. And it is even good for the banks. He talked about the know your customer. So in that way, that means the customer will have the national address, then you have the plot numbers. So you can see that even the national address system, it's important. It's important even to surveying. The end product in terms of plot numbering, especially in cadastral surveying, you can be able to combine that. But as of now, Malawi, because we are implementing the national addressing system first, maybe in the near future the government will be able now to integrate this tool, and it helps a lot in the in terms of ownership, in terms of the banks. You don't need to go and have different files of knowing the person in terms of plot numbers, in terms of registration number or ID number. That means all the information is on one single place. That means they're able to know plot number, this, house number, this, like that. Then it becomes very easy. So other countries have able now to integrate the national address system together with cadastral surveying and being able to be, for example, it helps a lot in terms of the banks and other sectors to be able to identify the customer as well. So lastly, in conclusion, I'll conclude to say land surveyors are fundamental to the successful implementation of the national addressing system. So as I've already explained, we cannot say national addressing system without location. We cannot say national addressing system without a coordinate. And these coordinates are coming from where surveyors are able to provide that. GIS experts are able to process the data that those people we can be able to interpret and being able to produce or to have a reliable and secure national address system. So the expertise of mapping, geospatial data management, and legal compliance, most definitely it will ensure an effective, reliable, and accessible national addressing system. Thank you so much for listening.
Applause, please, for her. What a wonderful presentation. I communicated earlier that after her comes Mr. Prince Machika, and after Mr. Prince Machika comes Mr. Simon Tunde. A warm round of applause as they're coming in front to give us their presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Prince Machika. As she has already said, I'm a certified real estate consultant, real estate practitioner. Now, I prepared a presentation, but I'm not going to use it. I want this session to be more interactive. My main focus is to lay the foundation for the next presenters. So I will look at the theme. The theme is saying elevating real estate standards with the national addressing system. I hope by now we all know what the national addressing system is. Not so. It's about what? Yeah, that is true. That is true. But the fundamental thing, the postal codes are coming in locations, not so. We are talking of locations. With us here, we have real estate practitioners. So, because of the theme, we are saying elevating real estate standards. I want to start by tackling that part. Mr. Dambe, people would want to know what is real estate. When we say real estate, what do we mean?
I'll put it in a layman's language. Real estate is everything that is above land. When we talk of buildings, in layman's language, that's a real estate.
So we're talking of land and buildings. I hope the simple definition is clear. We all get it, that we are talking of, when we say real estate, we are talking of land and buildings. That's the basic understanding. Now, if we are to get closer to what we are discussing here, you see that these things, land and buildings, we get them in locations. Not so. That's why we have areas like Chinamwali. When you go to Chinamwali, it's not like you will not just find cars there. You will see buildings, people have land. So basically, when we say real estate, we are talking of the land, the buildings, in a specific location. Now, I was listening to everyone when you're making your presentations, introductions. You were mentioning your names, not so? Everyone mentioned their names. In real estate, the land and buildings, they also have names. That is why we have residential, commercial, industrial, real estate. Even farms, that's real estate. It has got names. To the other part of the addressing system, which we have all understood, I just wanted to connect the two parts so that we are all on the same page. The national addressing system, I don't need to go into details. We all know what it is by now. From the explanations, we can see that they are attaching codes and names to those real estate names I've given. Especially, they are looking at buildings. That is it, not so? They are saying each building should have a code, should have an address. That's what we are saying. Now, for real estate practitioners, like my friend Sam here, who is involved in selling properties, who is involved in property valuations, with this understanding, how is it going to help him as an agent, as a valuer? That's why we are here. My colleagues from the bank, for you to give a loan, you need something called a collateral. And most of the times it's a property. Am I right on that? So you would want to know where that property is located. At the same time, you need services of a property valuer so that they give an opinion of value. So if we look at all these issues, we are coming to a place where the national addressing system is a fundamental issue in as far as the real estate profession is concerned, how we conduct business in real estate, how as professionals we do our work. I don't want to go into more details because my friend here is going to give us how this national addressing system is going to help property valuers, estate agents, and banks who use services of the real estate practitioners. Can I get maybe some questions from the audience? So that is why, because people are asking, real estate, Mark, what's the connection? National addressing system, how is it connected? So I was trying to give you the connection, how these things are coming together. Because when we talk of addresses, we are addressing locations, we are addressing houses, we are addressing buildings. How does that enhance our work? How does that help the valuer? How does that help an estate agent? How does it help our colleagues from the banks? Mr. Namaja mentioned that when you go to the bank, you have to draw a sketch. It means you need to have knowledge of how to do it. But with this system, there are digital maps that if you can just put your address, the banks will be able to know where you stay. Everything will be okay. Everything will be easy, fast, I believe efficient. So with those very few words, I beg to move. Thank you so much.
Another warm round of applause for him, please. Question? Actually, this is the time for questions. That's why I'm here, to actually usher you into the time of questions. So after we have listened to his presentation and her presentation, I believe maybe we have a few questions around those presentations. So this is a time for questions and answers. We're going to take a few questions and responses to them. After that, we'll break for lunch. Yes, please.
First, I would like to know if maybe the data is made open to all that I can access, and if so, how are they like ensuring like safety of the customers themselves? like in case of like a misconduct, we have no, I can have my brother, of which maybe I know they are putting.
Maybe you should start all over again your question and be closer to your mic, please.
Okay, my question is that is the data which they collect from their customers made accessible, maybe confidential? Okay, and the following that question is that if so, that maybe the data is made open, how are they ensuring the safety of the customers in terms of robberies and other misconduct of others?
I think you have done a very good job peeping on what was in that presentation, because that issue was highlighted as a challenge. Even in Blantyre, I said the same. But MACRA, through Mr. Namacha, we had an interview. That question was also raised. He gave a very good explanation. Maybe, Mr. Namacha, maybe you can just repeat what you said that time.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are collecting data. The house number, the street name, the name of the landlord, names of tenants and whatever into our database. That's correct. However, the database has two phases. The admin, domain, and the data that we collect can only be accessed by people who have passwords on the admin side. And even at MACRA, it is only one person who has a password to access the data that we are collecting. Not even me, not even Kondwa or Limbani, but we assigned only one person. So if there's a breach in privacy on the data that is collected, then we will know that it is this person, because it is only one person who has access to the data that we collect and input into the database. On the public domain, you will never get information like this house is number 9, but who is the owner? You cannot search from the public domain and you'll be able to get a response that, okay, the house number 9 on this road, then it belongs to Mr. X. That will never happen. The public domain will only help you to navigate, to move from one place to another. But the information behind will only be accessed by one person, even at MACRA. Thank you.
So that also means that on the cyber security, you are also braced on that, right?
Yeah, perhaps let me just come in on that. You know, as MACRA, we've got different sections, different directorates. One of them being the Data Protection Authority. MACRA is championing data protection. And as NAS itself, we are subject to those regulations. We have to abide by and ensure that we are operating within the context of data protection. So yes, all the data that we are collecting will be subjected to that regulation. Beyond that, within MACRA, we also have the Computer Emergency Response Team, which we are also subject to. They have to ensure that our systems are secure and solid. So yes, we are part of MACRA, but we are subject to the regulations that we even set for protection of data, even for the protection of public infrastructure, of which NAS is one of them. In terms of public access, once we complete NAS, completely done, in addition to what Bernard just said, the private-facing portals will also expose APIs. APIs, my colleagues who understand maybe development, these are purpose-made channels where maybe banks can communicate with ourselves, maybe telecom networks can connect with ourselves using secure channels. So security, yes, indeed, is critical in all this, and thanks for that question, but we're on top of it.
I would suggest that we ask the questions, a few questions, and then they will answer, and then we ask again, and they'll answer. Can we have you?
On land survey, Madam mentioned that there are some challenges that the land surveyor faced when conducting their works. So my question is, what are some of the measures that they have done so far in order to improve the national address system?
Thank you. Yes, please, at the back.
Based on what Mr. Prismachika said, I just wanted to know what benefits can be expected from elevating real estate standards in NAS.
Okay, thank you. Can we have another one?
Mine is basically a request. The pace at which MACRA is going is very good, but the other implementers, like the councils, the Minister of Land has just devolved functions to the local councils. They don't have much capacity for now. Why can't MACRA provide resources to local councils so that they can upgrade or update land use plans for some areas, so that you can annex the post course with those, I think, improved plans for local areas, like even informal settlements and ABCD. That thing, I think, can assist very much in this project. Thank you.
Can we have the last question before they answer?
I just wanted to add on his question about the addressing challenges in land surveying. This other time I was doing into spray in Popera. And then the challenge we had is about the political demarcations of the villages. You would find that other residences, they are in X village, but they are saying they are of Y village. And they are refusing to register their houses as of the X village where they are residing, but they want you to register them as from the Y village. So I don't know if this is one of the challenges you faced when doing the pilot phase thing. But I would just like to know if you meet such thing, how are you going to address it?
Thank you very much for the questions. We can have the answers now.
Okay, in terms of how the national addressing system is going to elevate real estate standards, you know, in our industry, it's information-based. Now, what the national addressing system is doing is to centralize that information, to put it in order. Once that information is in order, it will be very simple for an estate agent to do what we call listings of properties, for property valuers to get information. Let's say in Chinamwali, we have all the data for the residential properties there. We will be able to know, to say, okay, if this person is selling this property, as an agent, I will know where exactly the property is. I will know where to go. I will not waste a lot of time searching where the property is. Let me just give you an example what Mr. Namacha said. He was showing us how we used to give maps. Kotani Bachintengo, mupeza agent wa Airtel Money, kena kumona nsika. Pamakhala misala awiri, muaduse. It means that's a map. So for an agent who is doing his business, you know, sometimes you may get lost. So in a simple way, I would just focus on the efficiency part. But I have other real estate professionals here, Mr. Paul, Trevor. You can punch in your views. Thank you.
Yeah, just to come in to add on that one, I'll give an example. In Baraka now we are developing QVR. It's Baraka Boma and Chidzanja area roadblock, where we call it Luonde. With this NAS, I think it will help a lot, because as for us, we are giving provisional plot numbers. So with this nurse, when it comes to deliver the rates, the old QVR, we are only delivering at least, I think, quarter of the bills, because we do not know exact where to go and give the bills, because it was done in 2006. Now, samuga and all that. And now we cannot even locate that Mr. Dambe analimbeta. But we cannot locate Mtu Jana Samuga, Adasinta Maina, Adatan. So that gives us now a challenge. But with this nurse, whether you have moved out, whether you are dead, whether you have run away, but the location will not change. It will still remain the same. We will be able to deliver that bill to that plot number, to that, because of NAS. So it's also plea to Makla. In our database, because I'm championing that, in our database you have left column of street names and also the house numbers to put it into our database. So we are still waiting for you. We want to integrate this with Cadastro. If there is a pilot, please come to Balaka. Please come to Balaka. Bring those resources to Balaka. You can pilot to integrate all those into one database so that we can indeed elevate real estate. Thank you very much.
And maybe just an extension to what Trevor has said. First of all, when he mentioned about the QVR, a QVR is a valuation law for city rates, for property taxes. I hope all of you know what city rates are. Does anybody know about it? Especially my students. Do you know property rates?
Okay, is it like where you pay ground rates for having your property in the city ground?
Ground rent is a different one.
Okay.
Property rates are also a different thing. So property rate, they are ngadini songkwet. Wamalo ndima buildings are mu jurisdiction ngadimene ngati Zomba City. As a resident, as a property owner, you are obliged to pay property rates for to help the city council gain some revenue to deliver my services in city. You get it? Because we are city managers, like the way Zomba is, we are the Zomba city managers. For us to be able to collect waste from the market, tikataye kuntaya, timange madraini, tugonze mese and the like, we need money from the property owners, and that's the main source of income for city councils everywhere in the world. The main source of income in the city rates. So we take the value you are and the value you are building, then we deduce a levy from that. Anyway, back to this. I just wanted to also maybe extend it to or maybe just to make clear the advantage of this NAS. When we are doing that, when we are delivering the invoices, like Trevor said, when the area has got a map already, when a map, for instance, all plots have got plot numbers, it becomes easy. But for those areas in Gadimene Gudi Chikanda, if we are to do an assessment for city rates there in Chikanda, it is difficult for us to distribute my invoice for them to pay. So with this coming Yanasi, Abanga number every property in Chikanda, for instance, so it will be easy for me to instruct my boys to say, can you go and deliver these bills? That means we're going to marry our bills to, okay, there are plot numbers on the bills. We're going to marry those ones to the NAS numbers. So we can just say, can you drop it at maybe Chikanda number 1, house number 1. This is going to really help us to be able to distribute those invoices to informal settlements. Ngadimeneri, Chikanda, Chinamwali, and other areas. So I just wanted to also make it clear how important this NAS will be for us city councils to be able to enhance our revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interactions. We can, okay.
Okay, Okay. My question is that in case of in rural areas where field boundaries become a cases and a crucial issue where people do quarrel, how do MACRA and or NASS like address those issues? I don't think if maybe I make myself clear. Like ukululo kuchako antu nkhani za minda amakhaura ukangani anakwenda kumapana, they know you want like to address your project umalonga tumene koko. How do you address those things? Yeah, that's my question.
Are you going to take that? Prince, you take that? Maybe you should just come again, maybe just for more clarity.
I think I can take that. I can address that question.
Okay.
Mina nena naga bwana nazo kuti lands has devolved and there is a project where now we are registering customary estate. We want each owner to have a defined boundary. So my issues okangana na malo and all that, I think kuli kose amakhalako ndipo sadzata. But with this project that is coming in, with this devolution of Ministry of Lands into district councils, also all those will be addressed. So many akubwera with this also project lands coming in to come up with my customary estates where my boundaries they are being defined. Ndeuti zose zikhala nazo kuti zose zikuendera chani zikuendera pamodzi. So sichiri ana sura zikamenya nazo kuti ya maboundary and all that. Apena nchiri ya lands nazo kuti we need to define malo ndandana awa amene akudutsira chani maboundaries is the owners akumudziko, because you know when you go kumudziko uja chiefs they are custodians of land. Yeah, so zikafika nthawi ya boundaries they are the same chiefs amene amatani amagamula milandu icho nazoda ife meri kudziwira malire ndiyati ndiyawa ngati usakuzana nawo tikakumana ku high court. So that's how it is. I think I've responded. Yeah.
Yes, madam.
I just want to add pamene ayankula Mr. Dambe nas si kupanga ngati za maboundary kuti buli ndi plot malo wa boundary apo ikungoonetsa kuti plot yanuyo ili pati. Mwamvetsetsa kapa pamenepo nde ngati tikupanga za boundary apanga point out clearly kuli customary land law imene kupangidwa implemented right now. Kwambiri of course pano pali ku Chikwawa koma it will be rolled out the whole of Malawi soon. The customary land law ndimene no adzipanga deal kuti iwo uli ndi plot yako apa wina plot yako adzigwirizana magwirizana kuti ine malire anga ndi apa nkwapanga register bwinobwino. Nde as he has said mwina anokubwera kosto za customary land laws also mwina so take advantage of nasi kuti zinthu zonsezi ziyende chani ziyende bwinobwino kuti tipange Malawi akhale wa odale Malawi wabwino in a long run tisapezeke kuti mwina ma issues a land dispute yo mwina achepa not completely kuti tinganene kuti asiya. So I just want to answer the other questions and adzafusa kosa about how tukupanga address bwanji ma challenges. So for example, a good example, the first challenge is outdated maps. You go mwina kuma council kujoka bezoti as he has mentioned kuti kuli information ni ina yake yoti it's outdated, and he was requesting kuti if these projects are coming can they not come with my equipment zinthu zina za nyuwani kuti zithandizire ma council kuti afike patsogolo. But in this case Mr. Namacha has clearly pointed out to say kuti tima use also ma satellite image in case muli ma map oti anata you use satellite image. So when you have ma satellite image they are current pama kama website they are current satellite images amene matopanga download. As I said inkwapanga georeferencing that means you have made them kuta kale in real world coordinates bwino nikupanga interpolating kupanga implement bwino the project. When it comes to another challenge, many demand, for example, kuti mwina anthu akukanizani chani nthawi zambiriso mukamapanga such projects imafunika makhala mwina ndi makalata mwina ukakhala kuti mwina mwapita ina sakumvetsetsa makalata komanso ukamafika pamalo sumangolowa pamalo mayeneranso udutse munjira mwa afumu ugogode bwinobwino sukangolowa mmunda mwawo ukagogoda bwinobwino then iwo aja mapanga sensitize anthu awo there's this project mukamaona anthu awa muyenera mutani muyenera mupange choncho of course salephera bena ndi ena koma such as the things yoti mumatenga mukamapanga implement ma project kuti zinthu ziyende bwino. And the other question was about political boundaries. So political boundaries, then I think we are going into anthu amene amapanga za ujeni za electoral commission ndi amene amakunda kwambiri kuuza political boundary. But in this case what we are dealing with not in my satellite image, if you are talking of logic numbering kuti mugawa bwanji, so you divide according mukamakha kuti mufuna mupange numbering. Of course I know my system matha kupanga by grid ka mupanga 5 meters by 5 meters sinanga you just want to number the houses, not really to separate anthu kuti akuchokera mudzi uwu akuchokera mudzi uwu. Yeah, thank you so much. I hope I've answered your questions.
Thank you very much for the question and answers interaction. Because lunch is not yet ready, we will continue with the presentation. Now let's give a warm round of applause for Mr. Sam as he's coming with his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Tunde. I think I am one of the people who's in desperate need of NAS. As you can see, I am very old school. I have my presentation handwritten on papers, but we need to enter the new age where we are putting things in computers. But we are getting there. Macra is helping us. So, like I have said, I am Sam Tunde. I am a real estate practitioner. I specialize in estate agency and valuation, property management. I am lead consultant at Iconic Real Estate Agency, and I am here for a number of reasons. I'm glad that there are many students here. Part of my task is to maybe convince you to change careers and become real estate practitioners, but also just to let you know how the NAS is going to help us with regards to our careers in real estate, the challenges that it's going to eradicate, and the opportunities that are there. Because I know you young, innovative minds, with the coming in of NAS, there's a lot of problems that are going to need solving. And if I present them to you here, perhaps you can begin to start projects on the side that can potentially make you a lot of money. You know, in real estate is a very, very lucrative line of work. So, just so that we're all on the same page, I am going to give you some definitions of what real estate agency and valuation are. And the other reason why I have my notes is because I am part-time a preacher. So when I don't have notes, I can speak for hours. So I need to read so that everything is within the time allocated to me, because I know by now you are soon getting hungry. But yes, so estate agency at its core is a profession, is a professional service that facilitates the buying, selling, leasing, and management of property. So property includes both land and buildings, and we do this on behalf of clients. As estate agents, we are an intermediary party. And valuation practice is the process of determining the value, be it because, okay, many other times that most people just know of open market value, which is the common one. This is the one where people are buying and selling land. But in any landed property, there's multiple interests. So there's issues like fair value, there's issues like replacement cost value, there's issues like divorce value, and so many other values that are associated with landed properties. And us as valuers, our job is to determine and give an estimate of value of a property at a specific point in time. Now mark that, at a specific point in time, because that becomes very, very important. Once we produce a valuation report, it has an expiry date. And this is something which would be useful for our friends in the banking sector, because I've noticed that there's a tendency to think, you know, a valuation report which was, if someone gave a valuation 2 years ago, they think that the value of the property is the same. No, a valuation report has an expiry date, and in our volatile economy, the valuation reports that I myself prepare, I give about 3 months, maximum 6 months validity. So as real estate practitioners, estate agents and valuation practitioners, our main clients are individuals who are looking to buy, who are looking to sell, who are looking to lease, who are looking for tenants. And these can include institutions, these can include people, these can include banks, and these can be people who are just looking for advisory services, just to mention a few. So essentially, us estate agents, we act as intermediaries for owners, potential buyers, for tenants, for landlords, and our job is to ensure that transactions are carried out legally, that they're financially viable and strategically viable for all parties involved. So at the core of real estate agency and valuation, there are 3 critical pillars that we hinge on. And this is where the issue of NAS comes into play. So the first pillar that hinges on estate agency and our valuation practice, essentially in real estate, is the issue of property identification. Property identification is at the core of what we do. If you come to us and you say, hey, I have a property that I would like for you to sell on my behalf, you coming to my office is you letting me know that you have a property. But the next part is you need to be able to tell me where that property is. If I don't know where that property is, I can't sell that property on your behalf. If I am unable to communicate with our potential buyers or our potential tenants where the property is, then a transaction cannot easily go through. Another pillar in real estate agency is client engagement. So what we aim to do is to effectively communicate with our buyers, our sellers, our landlords, our tenants, to understand their needs and to match them appropriately. This is also very important with regards to our valuation practice. You see, if you come to me and you tell me, Mr. Tunde, I have a property in, for argument's sake, Chinamwali. I would like for you to sell it for me at 500 million. And my next question would be, what is your justification for your property being at 500 million? And you tell me, no, I saw a house in Old Naisi. It was going at 500 million. It was a 4-bedroom. Mine is a 4-bedroom, so I want them to be the same. That's when I will then advise you to say, look, that is not how we value properties. Property is one of the most important aspects. Actually, the 3 top important aspects when it comes to value of property is number 1, location, number 2, location, number 3, location. So the moment we can clearly identify the location of a property, then it gives us a better picture on how best to proceed with issues of valuation or taking it to the market, be it for selling or be it for getting tenants. The third pillar that us as real estate practitioners stand on is market efficiency. So our job as intermediaries in the real estate sector is to ensure that transactions are conducted quickly, transparently, and with minimal friction and confusion. So now I'm going to show you the problems that we're having as real estate practitioners in the absence of NAS's implementation. The first one that I'm going to bring to you is that, as the previous presenters have alluded to, in Malawi, we currently use the descriptive method of giving directions. And the descriptive method of giving directions assumes that the person who you're talking to is someone who is conversant with the area, or they know the place that you're describing. You know, and this is one of those things where it confuses sometimes potential tenants, it confuses potential buyers, because at this point, if you are not able to communicate effectively, then there's no way for me as a real estate practitioner to effectively let my potential tenant know where the house that they're going to be renting is, or for me to match the house that they're looking for with the areas that we have. And even as a real estate practitioner, you know, some of you are students, and if I convince you to join real estate, you're going to soon realize that one of the prerequisite knowledge skills that you require is to know locations almost as if you are a map yourself, as if you are a GPS, which is something which is very hard to do. And I'll give you an example of myself, because I remember my very early years when I started the practice. I had a client of mine who called me and they said, "Hey, Mr. Tunde, we have this property in Limbi. Would like for you to find us a tenant." So I told him, yes, this is a service that I can provide, good and well. How do I get to your property? My good man here then told me that, okay, what you're going to do is you're going to take the Zomba Road, and then you're going to turn at Bakresa, you take the next turn to the left. And he continued on with the map. But then I stopped him. I told him, "Sir, I don't know where Bakresa is. You know, I'm new to the practice. I'm not very conversant with Limbi." And this client, of course, I hope you never meet a client like this. He starts shouting at me, "How can you not know where Bakresa is? Useless agent, how can you?" And I cut the call immediately. Now, that was a situation that I found myself in simply because I didn't have a way of identifying the property. I lost business as an estate agent, and I was a bit humiliated as a man. You know, when someone is shouting at you, it's just not a pleasant feeling. So in this day and age, we shouldn't find ourselves in a situation where in order to direct someone to a property, we should be telling each other, "Mugafika pa chintengo, mukota pa manzere, kena kuno mupeza wa eto money." No, that is outdated. But those are the challenges that we're currently facing. Another challenge that I would like to point out is that as estate agents, we manage properties on behalf of property owners. So you can come to us, my company, Iconic Real Estate Agency, you say, "Hey, Mr. Tunde, we have this property in Old Naisi, would like for you to find a tenant for us and manage the property on our behalf, collect rentals, make sure that any problems that arise, you sort that for us." Now, this is a service that we provide, and one of the challenges that we face during property management is instances where something, where a problem has arisen at the property that we're managing. So for argument's sake, let's say the electricity, there's a fault, or there's a plumbing issue. Many are the times where you find that you are trying to communicate with the service provider, and the service provider is simply failing to get to your place in time simply because of the issue of directions. I can give you an instance not so long ago at one of the properties that we were managing. There was an issue at the property that we were managing to do with electricity. There was a fault, so the lights were off. Now, 2 houses down the road, there was a similar fault, but the rest of the line, everything was working perfectly. Now, we sent in the complaint asking Eskom to come and fix the issue. Now, the guys 2 doors down, they did the same thing. What ended up happening was Eskom went and fixed the issue at the other house, and in doing so, they had assumed that they had fixed the issue at our subject property. When we filed the complaint, they were like, "No, we fixed the issue." You know, we do some back and forth because no, we have fixed the issue. We have fixed the issue.
we had to register another complaint. So what ended up happening was our client, instead of having the issue resolved within a day, had to wait about 3 days to get the issue resolved. So this is another challenge that the situation of not having NAS has given us. And I'm just going to give you some examples. You know, like I said, I'm like a preacher. Right now, I can't ask you to open the Bible, so I'm just going to give you the parables myself. Another parable that we face in real estate, especially with my friends here who work in the banks, is the issue of fraud. We had, a few years back, I heard of an instance whereby someone had acquired a loan from a bank, and the collateral that they used to acquire that loan was a property of which they had pictures and they had a valuation report, but what the bank didn't know, and this unfortunately happens from time to time when you deal with valuers who are not honest. You know, not everyone can be honest like me, but you know, that's life. So what had happened was someone went to take a loan from the bank. Now they owned 2 properties which were next to each other. One was a vacant land and the other one had a building on it. And this guy presented papers to the bank pretending as if the vacant land was the one with the buildings. So what ended up happening is, over time, this guy defaults his loan. The bank comes to him and they're like, hey, we're going to sell your property. And at that point in time, that's when they now do their due diligence to ensure that, you know, let's put this property on the market. And what they found out in that due diligence was that the property that they were now putting on the market, or the one that they had put a charge on, was in fact the bare piece of land. Now this put them in a predicament whereby they couldn't recover their funds because the bare piece of land was nowhere close to the value of the property which they had presented. Now, there are many examples of problems that have arisen in real estate agency transactions, in valuations, simply because we have not yet adopted NAS, which could have easily prevented any of these situations. Now, I'm going to talk about the improvements that NAS is going to give to the real estate sector as a whole. The rolling out of NAS will be well received by us estate agents and valuers and real estate practitioners because it will enhance our operations in a number of ways. Firstly, to address the first problem that I clearly identified, the issue of property identification. With a standardized and universally recognized address system, each property becomes uniquely identifiable. This is going to eliminate ambiguity, and for us estate agents and other stakeholders, this means that there will be no more shouting at each other for not knowing where Bakresa is. There will be no more having to wait for long periods of times for utility problems, because this means that the moment we have an issue and we tell ESCOM immediately, by giving them our address, they'll be able to find our house very easily. The second advantage that I'm going to point out is the improved client engagement. You know, us estate agents, us property valuers, a lot of the work that we do is we're interfacing with clients. Each and every day we're going to see new properties, we're going to show people properties, and by adopting NAS, it means now we can easily communicate with our potential landlords, our potential sellers, our potential buyers, and identify properties and engage in a way that is going to make everything efficient. So if I, for example, once NAS has been adopted, if Mr. Machika here calls me and he says, Sam, I'm looking for a property in Namiwawa, I can send him a listing of the properties that we have in Namiwawa, and he'll be able to just look from the system, from the maps, to see, okay, these are the areas in Namiwawa that I would like to live in. You know, another funny example has come to mind. I don't know if this has happened to anyone else, but there was an instance where I was communicating with an agent. You know, I haven't always been an agent. I've also been on the other side. And I was looking for a house. And this guy, he told me that he has a house in Namiwawa. And that was the area that I was interested in. So I get in touch with this guy. I tell him, hey, let's go to Namiwawa. Let's go and have a look at this house.
And it was one of these agents who are not trustworthy. I had to pick him up. We get to Namiwawa, we get to the roadblock. He's like, no, turn here. I turn. We keep driving, and I start to notice, hey, we've left Namiwawa. We kept going, we turned. All I'll tell you is the house wasn't in Namiwawa. This guy was lying to me. And now with the introduction of NAS, that will be eliminated. When someone tells you that I'm going to show you a property in Namiwawa, or someone tells me that, hey, my property is Namiwawa, come and value it, I'm going to know in advance whether to take my pickup or whether to take my small car. You know, because some of these places you don't go with your small car. You come back with your exhausts in your boots and not in the back. So NAS is going to help us improve client engagement. It means we'll be able to schedule our viewings properly. If I know that I have 5 viewings that day and my team, there's 3 of us, we can allocate the viewings properly according to location, because we'll be able to easily estimate the distances that we have to cover, and everything, the client engagement is going to be smooth. Now, the third and one of the most important ones is that NAS is going to facilitate faster and safer transactions. By having NAS, fraud is going to be greatly reduced. The instance that I talked about with the bank, where someone was presenting a property to look like it was on one place where it was on another. If NAS was in play, this is something that was going to be identified at the offset. You know, they would have presented the plot number, they would have presented the address, and the bank would have been able to easily verify within the system to say, hey, look, the plot number that you have presented, the address that you have presented is showing that this is the bare piece of land, and you are presenting it as if it's the house. It's going to eliminate fraud, and it's not going to eliminate fraud, but it will make it harder for fraudsters to carry out fraud. Because one thing I've learned is, you know, in this world, if someone is looking to steal from you, they will try their best to steal from you, and if you are not wise, they might find a way. But NAS is going to help us to eliminate issues of fraud. And lastly for today, and I want to talk to you students. NAS presents a very big opportunity, especially with regards to real estate. You know, right now, we don't have a central marketplace for online marketing of properties. As at now, most of the properties, a lot of the transactions, we're still advertising using platforms such as print media, social media. A lot of the advertising that we do is through websites, but with our websites, the whole market is not integrated. The coming in of NAS is going to facilitate the necessity, or is going to bring us into a place where we can now bring the whole property market together. There's a website that I referred to in my presentation in Blantyre. It is called Zillow.com. If you're a tech savvy dude, or if this is something that you'd be interested, I would like you to have a look. So Zillow, like pillow, but with a Z. So basically, Zillow is a website that enables agents and brokers to put their properties online, like create a listing online using NAS. So like an area like Zomba here, what you do is you enter the system for Zillow.com, you would put your properties, and so a potential buyer would then come into the market and then just look at Zomba and then be able to see the properties which are available and the addresses in which they are available. This is a system which will change the game, and I feel like whoever develops this system first with regards to real estate, that person is going to make a lot of money. Because what's going to happen is that buyers will just be able to come into the system. Of course, there's going to be safe checks. You can't put information like plot numbers, you can't put information like name of the owner, but you can just put the address and then perhaps a price. So with a system like this, with this opportunity that has arisen, it will make the property market fully integrated, and this is something that's going to help not only us as estate agents, but even other stakeholders like banks, like in our valuation practice. We'll then be able to integrate the systems to say that this area, the trend is that properties are moving in this direction. In our valuation methodology, a lot of the methods that we use for valuation is sales comparison. So if I go into the system and I'm able to see that this house in Chinamwari has sold for 50 million, the house next to it, if someone is asking for 200 million, I should be able to know and to compute by myself to say, okay, this is obviously overpriced. And if someone is asking for, let's say, 40 million, then I'll know that, okay, if this one next door went for 50, this one is going for 40, then obviously I'm getting a good price. So what this is going to do is also help to regulate the market. Because as you know, here in Malawi, our real estate market is unregulated, and the pricing sometimes is set as menewa imverera. And in fact, you know, as a real estate agent, what I've noticed is a lot of people who come to us to ask us to sell their property on their behalf, a lot of the properties are priced according to their problems. The coming in of NAS hopefully is going to eliminate this and will enable the Malawi market to have some regulations over the valuation practice, over the estate agency practice, and help the consumer at large. Because for me, even though I'm an estate agent and I make my money off of commission, for me, I want the customers to be served in the best way possible. And so, in closing, I would like to implore all stakeholders to come and support MACRA in full. You've come to this workshop, there's information that you have received. Share this information with your colleagues. There are some gaps that I'm sure you have identified. Make sure that you are the ones to fill in those gaps. Because by doing this, we are going to take our country forward. Remember, these initiatives are not for MACRA to look good and MACRA to be in the newspaper. I'm not here to promote my business. No, I'm not. What we're here to do is to provide information, to sensitize the public, to ensure that the whole country is moving forward. We don't want to be left behind. We want each and every sector, us in the real estate practice, in our industry, to move forward, and we want the whole country to move forward as a whole. With these few remarks, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for being attentive.
Another warm round of applause, please. He said with these few remarks, I don't think those were few remarks. I know you agree those weren't few remarks, but clear, audible enough for us to understand what is being talked about. So we're moving forward with our workshop this afternoon. We'll call upon the last speaker, who is Mr. Blessings Chieba, and a physical planner. A round of applause, please, as he's coming on stage.
Thank you very much. How many of you here have had a chance to participate in the physical planning development plan at your local level? Raise your hand. Urban structure plan? No? How many of us have got a cell phone or a laptop that can connect to the internet? Raise your hand if you have a device that can connect to the internet. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so my name is Blessings Chieva. I'm a physical planner by profession, but I'm also a GIS expert. I think most of you students here know me, the part of GIS rather than the planning. Because for the last 5 years, I've been using digital technologies, mostly remote sensing and GIS in different sectors, including the built environment. It's interesting now that I'm the last presenter, knowing that where I'm coming from, if you're a physical planner, you know that in the built environment, a physical planner is the first one to come when you are developing property. So I think, ironically, this tells a lot of story about Malawi. Yeah? First, second, first. I don't know what comes first. How many are planners here? I know I've seen him. You're a planner. Yeah? Who else? 2. So I know I have 2 physical. Oh, a land surveyor and a physical planner. Yeah, so my presentation is going to be short. I hope there are going to be a few remarks in quotes. I'll try to make them a few remarks. But my role today is just to talk to my fellow physical planners. But because the law of physical planning involves everyone here, I will explain also how you are connected to physical planning or urban planning. Then I'm also talking to each and every one of you. And I would like to connect what we have been discussing all along, the national addressing system and physical planning. 5 years ago, when I was still in school, I wrote an article which was questioning physical planning. Has physical planning failed Malawians? That was the main message, the main question that I put across. And I received a lot of backlash from professionals. I received a lot of feedback from the public, like yourself. I'm sure if I ask today, how many of you here are satisfied with the way our cities are planned or designed? Raise your hand if you are satisfied. When you look at Lilongwe City, when you look at Zomba, when you look at Blantyre, and you feel like, oh yeah, this is better planning, raise your hand. Exactly. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about what's your law. I want to talk about the law of the national address system and how we can incorporate that in urban planning. But first, let's start with the challenges that we have. I know most of us are quick to raise and to blame. I've seen no one have said anything good about physical planning. No one has ever participated in developing a city. If you ask, sorry, what's your name, sir? David. If you ask Mr. Nkondo, they'll tell you that the Physical Act Planning of 2016, actually, it's by law for the public to participate in urban planning. They actually post a local planning, a local plan in the city councils, right? Yeah, they put it there. They post it on the wall. And maybe they can have even 2 weeks to ask people to come and see how the city is going to grow, what they want to plan. But in this room, if this was a survey, it's 0%. No one has ever attended those meetings. But if today, if you just go out there, everyone would be like pointing, who built this building here? Why is there an industry here? What is the city council doing about these waste management problems? Those are the things that everyone here will point out. Our friends from the real estate are going to tell you about the values, the money. If you change, one of the core principles of planning is what we call zoning. So physical planners are responsible for zoning land to tell you that this is where you need to develop an industry. This is where you need to develop a residential area. This is where you develop a commercial area. And that has got an impact on how you're going to value that land. Trust me, no one wants to rent a house in a place where you have, let's say, a maize mill next to you, right? You don't want a factory. You don't want someone rearing chickens next to you. So physical planning plays an essential role in making sure that the land is zoned according to the sustainable use of land and the best use of land. We have seen buildings that are being built in Blantyre along the highway, and have been, as I said, I receive a lot of questions as being a physical planner. People tell you, why are they putting a flat building here? Wasn't it supposed to be 4 stories and 5 stories going up? This is a highway. And I know most of you have got all those kind of questions. So I just want to talk a little bit about the challenges that the physical planning professions face, and then how the national address system is going to integrate and help us to face those challenges. Yeah, so one of the main challenges, I think the first presenter mentioned about urbanization. So you understand that, I think he mentioned about the statistics that about in 2050, half of Malawi is projected to be staying in urban areas or cities. So there's a lot of urbanization happening in Blantyre, in Lilongwe, in Zuzu, in here Zomba. And because of that urbanization, you see that we have developed a lot of informal settlements, areas that are not regulated, areas that people would just go and build. Even on mountains, people are building these days because there's a lot of rapid urbanization. Another problem that we are facing, and why we have that rapid urbanization actually, is that in the first place, these places are not planned at all. Because as I said, I'm the last speaker, but my profession actually demands that I should be the first. Because you cannot start building a house in an area that you don't know the zone. You cannot build a house in an area that doesn't have utilities. So the law of the city councils, the local government, is provide those services, municipal services, waste management, electricity, water, access to good roads. they have to be there first. And I'm sure if you are today to buy a plot, those are things that you see, yeah? Most of you look, is it accessible? Can I go there with a car? And who is supposed to provide those services? So the first thing is supposed to be planning. After planning, and then comes the land surveyors. They would. So planning, what planning would do is to do the zoning, what we call land use planning. They would do the zoning. This is going to be a residential area. This is going to be a commercial area. This is going to be where the road is going to be. This is going to be the industrial area and all that. And then they demarcate the plots, the roads, and everything else in that area. And then you, as a citizen, you come and buy a plot within that place. But you understand that by now, the process is the other way around, yeah? You go, you buy a plot, then you start looking for, oh, someone can connect electricity here, can someone connect water here, can someone apparently wapa, muna tizidu tsapo, you know? Kuyamba lamba naso mwina ndi my neighbors, because we know mwina analwa space yote meno cancel and all that. So, there's that challenge. Another challenge that most of you are aware of now is disasters. And these are going to keep coming. As the physical planners, our law is to make sure that our cities are resilient to these disasters. Our cities can withstand any disaster. In Blunt, I asked people if they know their evacuation route if a disaster happened. I don't know for Zomba or Eastern region, Machinga, Mangoji. If today this mountain, there's a volcano here, do you know what your evacuation route is going to be? Because those services are supposed to be provided at city council level, and you as citizens, you're supposed to know those things. We are concerned about, as I said, building resilient cities, just like everyone else now, because we know that these cyclones will keep coming. There's the whole thing about climate change. I don't want to talk about that. It's a very big topic. But you have to know that disasters will keep coming. And we need to build cities that are going to withstand anything that comes, that nature will throw on us. So there's that problem. How, as physical planners, how, as urban planners, are we going to plan cities that are going to withstand disasters? And then we have a problem of, most of my colleagues have talked about tax collection, revenue collection by city councils, which is the main source of income for city councils and local government. Last year, Lilongwe City Council alone was earned over 50 billion kwacha in terms of revenue, property tax, city rates that residents were supposed to give. I don't know up to now, they've been following up that, but one of the challenges has been to find the owners of the properties, to identify the properties, to try and evaluate the properties. I think most of these problems have been highlighted before. So our city councils are failing, our local governments are failing to collect these taxes and to develop, because they use the same taxes as someone mentioned to allocate land, to build city roads, to provide municipal services like waste management. And you see that in most of our cities, waste management is a big problem. And another challenge that I want to talk about is the limited access to utilities, which is coupled with informal settlements, development of informal settlements and urbanization is becoming a very big challenge. Because now city councils, physical planners, town planners are failing to allocate, to make sure that every citizen in the city has got access to basic utilities that you're supposed to, or as a social utility that you're supposed to be entitled to. Schools, waste management, water, electricity, and all that. Environmental degradation. People today are building around the rivers anyhow. So there's also a problem of regulation, which is one of the law of the planners. They develop standards, and we make sure that we control those development. Whatever people are building have to be controlled. So those are just some of the challenges. I know you know most of them, because you are, if you're from Malawi, you know that all the things that I've mentioned here, you meet them almost every day anyway. So let's talk about how the national address system is going to address some of these challenges, not all, but some of these challenges. First case, I talked about how people are not happy with how we are doing our urban planning, with how we are planning our cities. And when I was starting the presentation, I asked you if you have ever participated in any of the plan making of the cities where you live. No one has ever participated. I also asked you if you have a device that connects to the internet, and almost everyone here has got that device. What is missing there is to link that device that you have so that you should be able to take that device, inform planning authorities or city councils how you want the city to be planned or developed. Simple. Most of you would sit home, you talk about the problems, but you don't participate. Some of the challenges will be, oh, I'm going to transport, I might need to now even that event. Maybe some people even don't see them. Because Zomba City Council is calling for residents to come and review my plans in our city council for the next 20 years or 10 years. You don't know. But with your phone, and I know most of you because how you have seen how Zinduzuma career trended. Pompano and Tangamapanga Timaijen, TikTok Timagaruni, okay? It's been trending, like Kuzijambula Kwika Kakarun, and then everyone, like in the social media, what you as Banga Kakarun, TikTok, Pajani, all that. So it's trending like that because of digital technologies. So this is exactly where also NAS comes in. Because of the national addressing system, you can be able to sit in your house. Look at, these people have already done a very good background for my presentation, actually. That's how I'm not mentioning a lot of things like the GIS presentation from Chikondi. But you can stay there on your phone, look at the urban structure plan, look at how Zomba is going to develop, look at how Mango is going to develop, and send your feedback there, right there. And that is going to find a physical planner in Mangoji or in Machinga, and they get all your inputs, and they can proceed with the planning. So for physical planners, one of the things that the national addressing system is going to do is to provide a chance to the public to be able to have a voice in the planning of the cities, in the planning of the municipalities, or in the planning of the towns, or wherever you are. Participation. Apart from that, this has been done before. I think there are case studies from Japan, Rwanda, Kigali, where even in Zimbabwe, our neighbor, our closest here is Zimbabwe, where people are reporting using a smartphone. They would report a pothole to the city authorities. They would report, if you move around your limb, you see that a lot. I stay around the limb, so I stay a lot of, most of the times I see a lot of waste just accumulating somewhere, or maybe a pipe that has a problem and it's stinking there. But in Zimbabwe, you can go there, take your phone, take a picture, report that to city councils, and someone is going to see on the other end. So the backbone of all that is the technology, is the digitalization of all the properties that most of the people here have already mentioned. So if you have a national addressing system, it means every land every property, you can actually point out that this is the specific property, and you can use that information to give information to planners, to city planners, to improve how we're going to do our urban planning. So that's one part. The second part is about emergencies, disaster management. Our city councils respond to disasters. We talk about emergency services, how city councils, for example, if a fire breaks out here, the Zomba, I hope they have the fire department, will come here to try to put off that fire. What is the fastest route? We have here friends who are doing GIS, you know that would be only possible if you have a digital system, a digital map of the area. So they can find the fastest route, they can navigate fast to areas where they have an emergency and respond. So that would be another added value. When there's a disaster in Malawi, most of the times we are doing things physically. When we were hit by Cyclone Fred, I remember people were trying to search for people physically, trying to go and do an assessment in the area. Okay, how many households were on this area where we have a mudslide? We have to start looking physically, ask the chief how many. And in disasters, just even 10 minutes is a very big time to save a life when a disaster strikes. And to save time, imagine if you had a digital system, like the national addressing system, where you could easily know that, okay, on this plot, you just know that, okay, this area, this is the boundary where the floods has happened, or this is the boundary where we have the volcano. And then you are able to retrieve that system from the GIS system that she talked about, and you already know that, oh, there are 50 people here. And if you connect that system to the NSO, you can even know a lot of things, demographics and stuff. So this national address system will help physical planners to help municipalities and city councils to respond to emergencies. And then I also talked about digitalization and digital cities. Now we're talking about digital cities. Most of you may know about Internet of Things or smart houses, where your phone is connected to your TV, your plasma, your laptop, everything is connected. Some of you can even open your gates with your phone or a remote. That's the whole essence of a digital city. It starts at a household level, but now think of it at a very big scale. You need a digital backbone to do that. And one of the digital backbone is the national address system. Whereas a physical planner, you have all the information of the location of the properties, the addressing, and you can sit in your office and create smart services. You can enhance traffic control, for example, know which roads are congested, then plan appropriately that, oh, this is the road that most people take at 4:30, then I want to, if I need to plan an expansion of the city, I need to plan this way. Bypass should pass this way, because you have that information. So the national address system is going to give us that backbone, the technological backbone for digital cities. In other cities, actually, most of these services are streamlined. The public services, so they have buses or trains that you can see on your phone, how it's moving, how many minutes it will take you to get to Blantyre in real life conditions. Even disaster management, they get the updates in real life situations. So that's the whole concept of digital cities, digital twin cities. Apart from that, now we need to project also in the future. We were giving about figures here, but most of these figures are coming from statistics. But today, you understand that there's artificial intelligence, there's modeling. And to do that, you need information that is digital. And also national address system is going to give us that platform where you have the digital information that you can project future scenarios of the city, you can create virtual realities of the city, you can do a lot of things with that information, actually. And that will help you to plan cities better. That will help you to make our cities digital and more sustainable. So the last part is just to talk about, so as physical planners, what do we need to do, even you as yourself, what do you need to do in order to make use of this national addressing system? One of the things is collaboration. Most of speakers have talked about collaboration here, work with different stakeholders, and I would like also to appeal to Makla to work with the local government and to work with physical planning officers in the districts to make sure that they understand this. Because even when we are developing, for example, a new physical planning, a new physical plan for a city, we also need to work with Makla to make sure that the plots, the streets that we are allocating in that new layout plan should reflect and should work with the NAS. So when we are doing a physical plan, that should also integrate NAS and the other way around. So there's a lot of collaboration that is required. There's a lot of technical and legal and policy frameworks that we need to develop. As someone mentioned earlier, physical planning is guided by an act as well. We have an act, and we also have local bylaws that are done at the district level. And all these have to be incorporated or have to use the national address system to make sure that they fit together and they speak one thing. Osati planning itatenga chimapu chatu cha physical tukachiyika pa Zomba City Council kuti anthu azikachiona. Ena kumakla alinde digital platform where they are seeing every property in the city. Then it means we are divided. So we need a lot of collaboration. We need a lot of legal and the policy framework that is going to enable us as physical planners to make sure that we utilize the national address system. And apart from that, as physical planners, there's a need for training and development. I think most physical planners, we used to draw ma sketch pa manja. So we do them pa manja. Ujambula ukapita ukulanz ama kakupatsa mafomu. I think someone talked about sketch plans. Aku bank. Koma if you go so Ministry of Lands kuti wagula plot ufuna upange title deed, you understand that akakupatsa ukapange sketch plan urantani. All these things need to be digitalized, and this is where a national address system comes into place. And then I've talked about also the technical framework, where we need all the infrastructure, physical infrastructure, softwares, enabling technologies that are going to help. He talked about APIs, how we're going to tap in. I see a lot of innovators here, young people who work with APIs all the time. How we're going to get that, we need to develop that technical framework to make sure that we can utilize the national address system. So in conclusion, what I want you to know from the physical planning point of view and for my fellow physical planners here is that when you look at the national addressing system, you should see it as not as a luxury, but as, I think it's a necessity actually. It's something that we've been waiting for. It's something that is going to help us make our plans, to make our cities better, to plan our cities sustainably. Something that will help us to build resilient cities that we want. This will be a digital backbone for smart cities, which is the future now. if you are to project things. So the blind line, the information that is going to be taken from the national address system are going to help us make better plans, are going to help us to make better cities, and perhaps are going to enhance participation in planning processes. So maybe next time when I ask you, have you ever participated in a physical planning development process, you are going to say, yes, I have once voted, or once I have on my smartphone, I have determined where we need to zone A, B, C, D, or I've used my smartphone indeed to report an illegal development that was happening in my city using this. So thank you very much. I hope those are my few words. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. A lot has been said. We have had about 6 presenters come in front, talking about the national addressing systems, and I am sure that we have all gotten 1 or 2 things. Questions have been asked. With those remarks, I would like to call upon a macro representative to give us some closing.
I think before you get to that, I would want to hear something from our colleagues from the bank, because you've been mentioned, as Mr. Tunde said, there is a lot in stock for you. So yes, we would want to hear your views, your questions, because in Blantyre last time we had very interesting comments from our colleagues from the bank, so we expect the same here.
It's not actually questions as you put it, but from me it's just maybe a recommendation that the project will actually assist banks in terms of know your customer. We get situations where we are supposed to trace a customer. We get there and we don't find the customer there. Actually, it's because maybe the maps that they draw to us, they are not consistent, maybe according to what they provided to the bank. So with that project, I think it will enhance our tracing of the customers in terms of KYC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other more comments before macro representative comes in with the closing remarks? Yes, please.
Actually, it's questions.
Okay, go ahead.
I have got 2 questions, each to estate agents and another one to a physical planner. On estate agent, you said that one of your duties is like to provide a price engagement to your customers. So now, in a scenario whereby an individual approaches you and he asked you to sell his property, maybe like a house or anything else. So he proposed a price, then according to your duty, then you also comment on his or her price. Then you fail to reach on a mutually agreeable price. For example, he is proposing 50 million. So due to location and the like, you said, I think should be at 30 million. So you fail to reach in a agreeable price. So in that case, then the individual decided to sell on its own. So after selling maybe at 50 million, then you get to know that that guy have accomplished his goal to sell the place or the property at 50 million. So my question is, if you get to know, is that any criminal case, or you don't mind, you take it as just his or her. That's my question. Yeah, so that is my question to a estate agent. Now, I want to proceed with a physical planner. So he said that one of his duties, he said that they are there to make a planning on like residential or even non-residential. So if you encounter a situation like the landowner is not willing to permit you maybe to allocate the road on his land. Even you convince him that we are going to give you like a compensation, but he is not allowing. He is still reluctant to that proposal. So how do you take this in order to accomplish your duty? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Just to add on what my colleague has just said, my question I'm posing to the real estate. As property appraisers, how do you uphold your reputations and self-based as real estate professions?
Thank you. Do we have any more before we close?
My question is, how do urban planners balance the needs of different stakeholders such as residents, businesses, and government agencies?
Okay. Another one. Has this workshop been beneficial to us? Has it been beneficial to us? Yes? I haven't heard anyone say that thank you for the wonderful workshop. It's been an enlightenment, except from the bank. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the questions. Are we ready to give the answers?
Thank you for the very brilliant question. I liked the question. Now, the scenario that you posed is very interesting. I have told this guy that his property should sell at 30 million, and he finds a buyer at 50 million. That is his luck. But let me put a disclaimer. That can't happen. If I tell you that your property, the market value, I assume, is 30 million, chances are if you go behind my back, you get an offer of 20 million. It's very unlikely that in an arm's length transaction, okay, you know what an arm's length transaction? One where if me and Blessings are selling each other property, we're friends. This is not an arm's length transaction. It's a transaction whereby there are some special interests where Blessings can say, Sam, take this property at 50 million. But I'll be like, but Blessings, this property is 30 million. And he'll be like, but Sam, you're my friend, you are very rich. Tangondi Tandiza. And then I say, okay, you're my brother. I'll pay 50 million. But in an arm's length transaction, it is close to impossible for someone to get a better price than a market valuation, unless there are some special circumstances. But if that does occur, then there's no criminal offense. That's just your lucky day. You don't have to pay me commission. And for the second question about upholding a reputation, that is a very good question, especially in the context of the country that we live in, Malawi. Many of the times, people do come to us, especially when they want to take loans from the bank. They'll be like, hey, Mr. Tunde, value my property. Ndufuna ndikatenge loan ya 70 million. Nde igwenika kuti iduse 100 million valuation yanga. Now, there's two things that I can do in that situation. Number one, which I do not recommend, is for me to agree and say, okay, see, mwati tige pa 100 million. Tika pa 100 million, mundilipira X amount. Obviously, if I think the property is worth 70 million, if I put it at 100 million, my commission, which is percentage based, increases. However, for us practicing real estate in Malawi, especially valuers, our club or the number of valuers in Malawi is very small. There's less than 100 of us. In fact, there's less than 70 of us. So integrity becomes very key. There's instances where some valuers who were producing reports like that, they were found out, and what the bank does is it blacklists you. And when they've blacklisted you, it means you can't provide valuation services to them again. So for me, the question becomes, because it's a simple question, do I want an extra 200,000 to please this guy, or do I want to uphold my professional ethics and standards and be able to practice for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years? To me, the answer is very simple. I'm going to uphold my ethics. I am going to make sure that I always give a professional and objective opinion of value every single time, because one, I don't want to be blacklisted, but two, it's just the ethical thing to do. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, I'll take the physical planning questions, 2 of them, and after I think I'll ask my colleagues who are physical planners in this room to add, because you have probably some of the experiences. So I'll start with the zoning. So you asked about, in case someone doesn't want to relocate or change the zoning. I think, as I said from the start, in an ideal world, you're supposed to start with the zoning and then go into the land. So initially you are supposed to have a blank plot, for example, or a land that is already demarcated by the city councils. We have seen this done before in areas where city councils or housing or any of those authorities responsible for planning will plan a proper layout. And you can actually tell. Those people who have been, for example, in Blanta, if you have been to areas like Chinyonga, Kanjeza, you actually see that this is a planned area. Someone actually thought about this, okay? Compared to some places here, maybe I can compare maybe with Shikanda or such places where you actually also see that, okay, I think here planning was not done in this area. So in an ideal world, you're supposed to plan first and then go in. But because most of the times, because of those problems I've said, and urban urbanization and all that, physical planning is actually trailing behind. Like, people start to build and then you go on to plan. That's what's happening now. Suffice to say that the Physical Planning Act still has got a provision, and it empowers physical planners and local government officials to actually enter your property, and they can even vacate you. They have the power to give you notices. It's not like they will not just come and tell, oh, go. There are processes that happen for all that to happen. But in the end, they have, as someone said, we have landlords. So in essence, most of the landlords are not landlords, because the land is held in perpetual trust for the Malawi government. It's not like you are land. If the government wants to do something with it, they can actually do that. There are some laws that allow the government to do that. And most of the land, you have to know, they are leased 90 years, 60 years, 30 years. And at the expiry of your lease, the government can take that land back. So there are planning tools and policies that can be used to do that. And the next question was about how do we balance the needs of different residents in the city councils. So one thing that I should mention is that planning is a participatory process, although most of you don't participate, but planning is actually a participatory process like democracy. You are supposed to have a say in how your cities develop and grow. So if you talk about balancing needs, that's why there are all these planning consultations. That's why the city councils invite people, sometimes even representatives, chiefs, or area development committee members, chairpersons, to explain about how the city is growing, what they are intending to do. And then you as an urban dweller, you also need to take part in those processes. So that's how actually they balance it. So it's a power balance actually. The same way you balance politics to run a government is the same way you balance how do you plan a city, because they are competing needs. Someone wants to use the land for agriculture, urban agriculture. Someone wants to develop a factory. Someone wants to use the same as a commercial area. They want some Tunde to come and sell that area to someone who's going to develop that area and, put flats and all that. So it's a democratic and participatory process. And also just to add that this is exactly where also the national addressing system will come into play, because for zoning you need that kind of information. Who is doing what? What is the land use? If you have a plot, what are you doing on that plot? So you are in a residential area, but you are doing commercial activities. The law of physical planner is development control, they can vacate you. Yeah, so maybe I'll just give 2 or 3 minutes to my fellow planners in the room, if they can add or if they have any experiences in zoning conflicts or balancing the needs of residents.
He has spoken a lot. Firstly, in terms of zoning, it depends on the context. Okay, because that question is tricky. You cannot plan an area when you don't know ownership. Whose land is it? But if the ownership of an area is ascertained, then you are allowed to plan. I don't think you will have such resistance. Unless if it's an illegal development on an area that is already zoned for something else, then you enforce against such developments, as the Blessings has said. The other question is very simple. Planners, we simply bring together different experts, the communities. You look at the population projections, the environmental factors, okay, the geography of the area, the economy. You simply analyze that and you allocate those kind of land in space to say, depending on this area, I think we can assign so much land, okay, for residential, because, for example, Zomba is to me is a residential city. You need to create more plots for constructing houses than factories. So it's simply a matter of analyzing different factors and make the necessary projections and assigning different land uses and different sizes. So you don't just decide to say, I need to allocate so much land for this use. We consult different sectors, economies, environmentalists, and things like that. So it's very simple. You are also a planner too. So we consult you, give us ideas, and we decide on what to do in your area. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Do we have any more additions? Yes, let's not leave you out.
Okay, I want to ask physical planner. So suppose the building which is not well planned, so what measures can you do? Like, for example, I've come to say, I think this building is well planned, like, yeah, Mbali Mwanseo. What can you do except that the case has already been reported to where it was reported, but then there is, yeah, like no help?
Yeah, that's a tricky question, actually. Because as I mentioned, planning is also, I should add, it's a participatory and democratic process, but it's also a heavily political process. And because of that, you understand, in developed countries, for example, councillors, local members of parliament have got a lot of say also in how the city develops. And we know already when you involve politics, then it becomes a complex subject. So in such scenarios, we have seen a lot of scenarios, even here in Malawi, we've seen scenarios where planning has been, I'm even afraid to touch some of the areas, but I would say that there's a conflict between professionalism, politics, and what people need. I think that's the best I can answer that question. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe can you help, but yeah, it's quite tricky. Yeah.
Maybe just an addition to that, I just want to make it clear here that when you are developing in a city, for example, the way Zomba is, you need to seek development permission from the city council, okay? So you prepare your plans, your building plans, whether you want to build a shop or a house. Then it goes through the town planning committee, which is at the city council as the secretariat of the committee. The plan gets scrutinized, so you also bring the layout for that area. So we advise on how best you can maybe position your building, yeah? Maybe the distance from the service lines and the like, maybe the distance from the load to where you can start footing the structure. So I just want to make it clear that it is good to abide by the planning regulations before constructing, to avoid those kind of problems maybe after you have already constructed. So it's really important that you bring plans to authorities. It's not only in Zomba City, even in Mangochi, Baraka, wherever you are building, you should make sure that you get the guidance from the planning authorities. They are the custodians of those the planning materials, such as the layout plans. They are the ones who can guide you properly to avoid such kind of problems, including the zoning. Because I mean, you cannot build an industrial structure in a residential structure. This is always silver. But sometimes you may not know that you're doing something wrong. Maybe you say, I just want to put up maybe an oil or manufacturing factory next to my house. But if you bring those plans through the planning authorities, they will tell you that no, this structure is not supposed to be in this in this type of a zone or the land use. They will be able to direct you to where you can better place it to avoid such problems in physical planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions and also the answers. The room reads sugar levels are down. So I would like to invite a representative from MACRA to give us the closing remarks. After that, we'll have Mr. Nkondo with the closing prayer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Brilliant stuff indeed. The engagement was lively. I could see that because of the young ones here, we could have been going on and on, maybe up to 3 without breaking for lunch. But the old ones at the back there, I could see the sugar levels are indeed going down. But it's been a brilliant afternoon. I should thank each one of you for your contribution and participation in this workshop. We're excited as MACRA because what we wanted to achieve, I think, has been done. I think coming this far, I'm sure the people in this room, we can see the linkages between locations, properties, maps, and what we are talking about here, the address. Properties have to have a unique ID, just as we people. We have names, but government saw it fit that we have a unique ID, which is our national ID. Without a proper ID, real estate cannot move forward. Valuations cannot tick as they're supposed to tick. So I'm sure in our exchange of information here, we have been able to see and appreciate the place of NAS, the place of a physical address in our development endeavor. So I would want you to take this message out and share it with your colleagues. We have learned the importance of physical planning. Planning should come ahead. Otherwise, I mean, the informal settlements that we are struggling with will never end. Let's put planning ahead. Zoning will come in. Then the surveyors, the valuers, and the real estate players will come in. As I said, MACRA is very happy with the level of engagement and the level of participation that we have had. We couldn't have left Zomba out. Zomba is a critical city. It's the first capital city of Malawi. So as we move forward with NAS, we believe that you embrace the initiatives that are being done, and then you implement them in your various undertakings. I'll be filling in my role in terms of making closing remarks. If I don't thank our MC, job well done. Let's clap hands for her. And also let me make a special mention to the presenters, Barnett there. I'm sure an impassioned presentation. Everyone knows NAS now. Sam, Blessings, Prince, very well done. Let's clap hands for them. At that juncture, I think we've come to a close of our meeting. I wish you well. Please remember NAS, share NAS, remember 422. as we go. Thank you so much. May God bless you. May God bless our country. Thank you.
Okay, let us pray. Father God, we thank you for the information, the knowledge that we have gotten in this meeting. We thank you for the presenters. We thank you for MACRA for presenting and sponsoring this meeting, and for the project of National Address System, which is very vital for the socio-economic development of our country. We pray that you continue to guide us in our respective offices, and we pray for safety as we travel back. Thank you, Father, for your goodness. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
That's the end of the workshop. For the students, you can, if you have more questions, you can have one-on-ones as we're having lunch outside. Otherwise, thank you for being a lovely audience. You have been with me, Salome Shitagunya, as your moderator this afternoon.